Hey there, tonight we are going to explore a story you think you are familiar with, but I have a surprise for you. You have probably had it all wrong since your grade school days. The Middle Ages. That hazy, myth-filled period of history where, supposedly, everyone was convinced the earth was flat, took a bath maybe once a century, and got sent to the stake for letting out a sneeze in church. Well, that is not exactly how it was. Tonight, we are going to start with one of the biggest misconceptions of them all. The idea that medieval people believed the earth was flat. They did not by a long shot. So before you settle in for the night, I would love it if you could like the video and subscribe, but only if you are truly enjoying the stories I share here. And hey, where are you tuning in from? What time is it in your city right now? Go ahead and let me know in the comments section below. Now, let us dim the lights, maybe switch on a fan for that gentle background noise, and get ready to ease into our journey for tonight. All right, let us imagine ourselves transported back to the year 1320. You find yourself in a quiet monastery in the south of England, carefully copying a manuscript for a scholar who is just passing through. The candlelight dances across the heavy parchment paper, and a nearby cat is curled up cozily on a window ledge. You take a moment to stretch your back, dip your quill into the ink, and your eyes fall upon a wonderfully detailed diagram drawn in the margin. It is a globe, a literal depiction of a round earth. Because, and here is the kicker, educated individuals like monks, scholars, and map makers all knew the earth was a sphere. It was never a point of contention for them. In their own words, it was simply common sense. The entire myth that people thought the earth was flat until Columbus sailed the ocean blue is really just a creation of the 19th century. This story gained significant traction thanks to authors like Washington Irving. You know, the same person who gave us the tale of the Headless Horseman, who wanted to add a little more drama to the story of Columbus. A flat earth versus a courageous explorer sounded much more exciting than the reality, which was that Columbus had miscalculated the earth's circumference and accidentally ran into a continent he did not even realize was there. I mean, who would want to read that version in a history book? Thinkers from the medieval period, such as Thomas Aquinas, Albertus Magnus, and even earlier figures like the Venerable Bede, fully understood that the earth was spherical. They had inherited this knowledge directly from the ancient Greeks, particularly from Eratosthenes, who had calculated the circumference of the earth using nothing but sticks, shadows, and some seriously impressive brain power more than 1,000 years earlier. In fact, if you were to step inside the library of any major medieval university, like Bologna or Paris, you would discover celestial globes, detailed star charts, and a great deal of Ptolemaic astronomy all around. This was not because they were just guessing, but because their models and calculations actually worked for navigating and understanding the heavens. Now, this is where the story gets a little more nuanced. While the educated elite were well aware of the earth's roundness, not everyone was spending their evenings reading Aristotle. That farmer working out in the fields, or the brewer's apprentice in the neighboring town, they probably did not have a strong opinion one way or another. But that is not because they were unintelligent. It is because their lives were consumed with surviving plagues, paying taxes, and being locked into feudal agreements. Whether the earth was round or flat did not really affect the price of their barley. Still, Even among those who could not read, there were stories passed down and visual clues that supported the idea of a round planet. They could see ships disappearing hull first over the horizon, and they could observe the curved shadow of the Earth during a lunar eclipse. All of these observations reinforced what the astronomers and scholars already knew. No one was actually concerned about falling off the edge of the world, and there were certainly no dragons waiting to devour you if you sailed too far to the west. That well-known phrase, "here be dragons," is also a myth. It only shows up on one very particular globe from the early 1500s, and by that point in history, we are already in the Renaissance period. But wait, there was a fringe theory from the medieval era that is worth discussing, because it sounds just strange enough to be true. Some theologians, as they tried to reconcile a round Earth with their beliefs, actually debated whether people living on the opposite side of the globe, the so-called antipodes, could be reached, or if they were even descendants of Adam and Eve. If these people were too distant to have been reached by the survivors of Noah's Ark, were they even human? Did they need to be saved? This was not a debate about geography. It was a deep dive into theology and the concept of salvation. And yes, things did get a little strange. Then you have the scholarly gray area. How did they truly conceive of the world's shape on a cosmic scale? Some medieval models imagine the Earth as a sphere at the center of rotating crystalline spheres, the heavens turning around it, and the music of the spheres. This was a real concept they believed in, where the planets were thought to create harmonious sounds as they moved through space. Pretty wild, is it not? You have this idea of a literal harmony in the universe, not the chaotic drama we might imagine. So when people claim that medieval folks believed in a flat Earth, what they are really doing is projecting the arrogance of the 19th century onto the past. It is a way to make Columbus appear more heroic, to make the Enlightenment seem more brilliant, and to dismiss 1,000 years of perfectly intelligent people who were simply trying to understand the world in their own time. And let us be honest, if aliens were to land on Earth tomorrow, they would probably view us as the primitive ones, especially with our own modern-day flat earthers posting on social media. The major historical fact for tonight is that medieval scholars overwhelmingly knew the Earth was round, and stated it in their writings many, many times. Your quirky side note for the evening is the theological dilemma over whether antipodons, people on the other side of the planet, even counted as human. And the scholarly debate revolved around whether these distant humans could exist at all if they had not descended from the survivors of Noah's Ark. For real, that particular argument went on for centuries. So the next time somebody says, "Ha ha, medieval people thought the Earth was flat," you can gently inform them that they have been misled. Probably by a textbook featuring a painting of Columbus who looks suspiciously like a romance novel cover model. All right, now that we have thoroughly debunked the flat Earth myth, let us dive into another dusty old misconception that just refuses to go away. This is the idea that people in the Middle Ages were just walking, talking collections of germs who never, ever bathed. You have heard this one, right? That the peasants were covered in a permanent layer of grime, that nobles stank beneath their heavy velvet clothes, and that whole cities smelled like some kind of unholy soup. The image we have all been fed is that medieval people were basically afraid of water, as if it had personally wronged them. But as you might have guessed, that is completely incorrect. Here is the real story. Medieval people actually enjoyed bathing. Like, they really enjoyed it. They may not have had your fancy cucumber melon body wash or high-tech LED rainfall shower heads, but they certainly knew how to get clean, stay clean, and even make a pleasant activity out of it. And if you are picturing some hardened serf splashing his face once a year in a muddy creek, you need to rethink that image. Let us paint a new picture. It is late in the afternoon in a vibrant medieval town, let's say Paris, around the year 1250. The streets are alive with noise, the markets are just starting to close, and you follow your nose past stalls selling spices, roasting meats, and freshly baked bread. You then slip into a public bathhouse situated between two stone buildings. Inside, you find steamy, echoing rooms filled with warm water, the flickering light of torches, and the gentle murmur of conversation. People, both men and women, are relaxing in large wooden tubs, chatting, snacking, and sometimes even flirting a little. You find your own tub. Scrub yourself down with a simple soap made from ash and animal fat, and perhaps finish off with a refreshing rinse of rose water. You leave feeling cleaner than a monk's conscience right before an exam. Yes, public bathhouses were a real thing, a very big thing in fact. They were incredibly popular all the way from Constantinople to London. They drew inspiration from the old Roman baths, of course, but medieval towns put their own unique spin on them. In German-speaking areas, these bathhouses were known as Badstuben, and in Islamic Spain, hammams were flourishing with beautiful tile work and sophisticated hot water systems. In fact, some bathhouses even offered separate rooms for massages, manicures, and, well, let's just call it other forms of entertainment, which is likely where the whole myth of baths being sinful got its start. That is not to suggest that everyone took a full bath every single day. Soap was not always cheap. Heating water required a lot of effort, and not every small village had the necessary resources. But people still made an effort to clean themselves on a regular basis, especially on Saturdays and before important religious festivals. Monasteries actually had established schedules for bathing. Some would allow for a bath every couple of weeks, while others permitted it more frequently. And monks were diligent about keeping their hair and beards trimmed, not just for the sake of cleanliness, but as a form of spiritual discipline. So no, hygiene was not some foreign idea. It was woven into the fabric of everyday life. But wait, if they were bathing, why the smelly reputation? For that, you can thank the Victorians. Seriously. In the 19th century, English writers and academics looked back on the Middle Ages through a haze of moral self-importance and scented handkerchiefs. To them, anything that came before the Industrial Revolution was dirty, impoverished, and uncivilized. They exaggerated the filth to make their own time seem more advanced and enlightened. And of course, diseases like the Black Death were retroactively blamed on poor hygiene, as if people had just decided to skip soap and invite plague-carrying fleas over for dinner. Now, here is the peculiar part. In medieval Europe, there was a belief that bathing opened up the pores too much, which could make the body susceptible to disease. Some physicians warned that taking hot baths could allow illnesses to enter the body. During the years of the plague, this advice was taken very seriously. People still wanted to be clean, but some began to shift from full baths to what was called dry washing, which involved changing into clean linen, wiping themselves down with cloths, and using herbs like rosemary and lavender to feel fresh. So technically, there was a period when people were hesitant to bathe, but it was not because they were lazy or ignorant. It was about survival, based on the medical understanding they had at the time. This leads to a scholarly debate. Did people actually cease bathing entirely during and after the plague? Or did the wealthy simply start bathing in private while the public bathhouses lost their popularity? Historians are still arguing about this point. Some scholars believe that public baths declined due to fears of disease and crackdowns on morality, particularly in more conservative areas. Others contend that elite households just moved their hygiene practices indoors, while the poor were left without access to public facilities. Either way, the craft of soap making remained a respected profession, and instructions for personal cleaning appear in many household manuals straight through the late Middle Ages. Now, let us talk about soap, because yes, they definitely had it. Medieval soap was typically made from animal fat and lye, with ash or herbs mixed in. In Islamic regions, soap was a thriving industry, producing a higher quality product than much of what was available in Europe, and it was widely exported. Aleppo soap, made with olive oil and laurel, was essentially the Chanel No. 5 of the medieval world. And if you think medieval women just went around with greasy and grimy hair, think again. Hair was washed, perfumes were distilled from flowers, and there were even recipes for things like breath fresheners. Cleanliness was not just a matter of preference. It was connected to morality, respectability, and sometimes even romantic appeal. You are not going to find a medieval influencer filming their get ready with me bathhouse routine, but you would discover poetry and courtly stories where washing up before meeting a lover was an expected part of the ritual. Nobody wanted to try and woo a lady while smelling like goat cheese in sheer desperation. And the nights, those men were sweating inside steel armor all day long. You can be sure they scrubbed down before they entered polite society, or at least before they showed up to a noble feast. So let us set the record straight. Medieval people were not disgusting little dirt goblins. They were just as concerned with staying fresh as anyone else. They had access to soaps, scents, bathhouses, and routines that might not live up to our modern standards, but were a world away from the stinkfest we are often told about in school. Your hard fact for tonight is that public bathing was common and held cultural significance across medieval Europe and the Islamic world. Your quirky bonus fact is that some bathhouses also served as restaurants and places for romantic encounters. Spa night was a serious affair. Your open debate is whether hygiene truly collapsed after the plague, or if it just went private and became a luxury for the wealthy. So yeah, the next time someone tries to claim that medieval folks were allergic to water, you have got the facts. And maybe you can remind them that deodorant was not invented until much, much later. So let us not be too quick to judge. You are walking through a dusty museum exhibit, maybe somewhere in 1700s France, tracing your fingers along the glass case that separates you from a rusted belt covered in crude-looking iron locks. The placard reads chastity belt, 16th century. And in that moment, your imagination just goes wild. You picture a poor maiden locked up like a piece of luggage, a paranoid knight riding off to some distant war with the key to the device dangling from his chain mail. You imagine a whole generation of women being forced to wear what amounts to iron underwear. It sounds absolutely brutal, does it not? And also kind of funny in a dark, medieval sitcom sort of way. But here is the major twist. This whole chastity belt story is, for the most part, a myth. Yes, it turns out the infamous chastity belt is one of history's most compelling examples of people wanting a story to be true simply because it is so wonderfully outrageous. The idea that men in the Middle Ages were so deeply insecure, so obsessed with controlling women, that they would strap their wives into locking metal contraptions before heading off to a crusade. That just feels so medieval, does it not? But the reality is not quite so dramatic. Let us unpack this a bit. For many centuries, scholars and the public alike believed that chastity belts were invented in the Middle Ages as a way to preserve a woman's purity. And by purity, of course, they really meant her fidelity, because medieval men apparently assumed their wives could not be trusted to remain faithful for more than 5 minutes. But when actual historians started to seriously investigate the artifacts, examining the metalwork, the craftsmanship, and the so-called historical documents, they discovered a completely different narrative. Most of the chastity belts that we see in museums today are total fakes. Many of them were actually created in the 18th and 19th centuries. You heard that correctly. They were either made as bizarre curiosities intended to shock and entertain people, or they were the product of Victorian-era moral panic. Some were nothing more than jokes. Satirical drawings from the Renaissance period show chastity belts with keys the size of a door lock, or with designs so impractical they would make movement or even basic bodily functions nearly impossible. Others were constructed centuries later to be part of strange displays for traveling circuses or museums of torture. And unfortunately, a lot of these props were mislabeled or intentionally passed off as genuine medieval artifacts. By the time the 20th century came around, the myth was so compelling, so deeply ingrained in the popular imagination, that even history textbooks could not resist including it. But here is where things get a bit strange. While chastity belts as physical, wearable devices probably did not exist in medieval Europe in the way we imagine them, the idea of controlling female sexuality was very, very real. Women were often expected to be loyal, modest, and ready for marriage. Virginity was treated like a form of currency, especially among the upper classes, where land, wealth, and powerful alliances all depended on the sexual reputation of their daughters. So no, nobody was actually handing out padlocked underwear, but the surveillance was still there in the form of chaperones, convents, court gossip, and sometimes even being cloistered away. In fact, the earliest known literary reference to a chastity belt comes from a 15th century Italian satire that is clearly mocking the entire concept. It is written for laughs, not as a depiction of something anyone was actually doing. And yes, Some upper-class women might have worn protective undergarments when they were traveling alone, but that was more for defense against assault than for enforcing fidelity. You would not call a modern travel safe a fidelity pouch, would you? Here is the fringe fact for this particular section. There was a real medieval device that was known as the braid. It was a kind of armored codpiece for men. It was originally designed to protect sensitive areas during battle, but it later evolved into a bizarre fashion statement, with some of them reaching, let us just say, comical sizes. Imagine walking into court with a steel bulge that was bigger than your actual helmet. Because if anyone was locking anything up, it seems it was not the ladies, it was the knights. Still, the idea of the chastity belt persists because it plays into so many of our modern biases. It paints the Middle Ages as laughably barbaric. It taps into dark fantasies about oppression. And it gives us this caricature of lustful women constantly on the verge of cheating, only held in check by cold metal and male dominance. But like so many myths that survive through sarcastic memes and poorly researched history videos, it tells us more about our own modern anxieties than it does about medieval life. Now here is the scholarly debate on the matter. While most experts agree that chastity belts are largely a myth, a small number of scholars argue that some might have been used in very specific, isolated situations. Perhaps as fetish objects, maybe as medical restraints, or possibly, just possibly, as symbolic gifts that were never actually worn. The evidence for this is extremely thin, though. There are no diaries, no official records, and no trade documents mentioning them. And considering how obsessed medieval clerics were with documenting every single sinful twitch of human behavior, the complete absence of evidence says a great deal. There is even a theory that chastity belts were invented retroactively as a kind of joke at the expense of medieval people, portraying them as both excessively prudish and perverted at the same time, which honestly is how a lot of history ends up getting twisted. You exaggerate something mundane into something scandalous, and suddenly everyone is paying attention. So, let us be clear. Women in the Middle Ages were certainly controlled in ways that were oppressive and patriarchal. But those methods were more subtle. They included arranged marriages, inheritance laws, and accusations of heresy or witchcraft. The real punishment was social exile, not being locked in iron bloomers. No one was clanking around with keys dangling between their knees. No one had to call a locksmith just to have a date night. Your cold, hard historical fact for tonight is that there is no solid evidence to support the widespread use of chastity belts during the medieval period. Your fringe trivia is that men's armored codpieces were real and sometimes ridiculously exaggerated for fashion and status. And your scholarly debate is whether a few chastity belts might have existed as symbolic or isolated items, and what that says about the culture that invented the idea, if not the actual object. So the next time someone brings up the old "they locked up their women" line about the Middle Ages, you can let out a sigh, sip your tea, and say, actually, that is more of a Victorian fantasy than a medieval fact. All right, it is time for a little mental color correction. Go ahead and picture a medieval village or a town square. What do you see? If you are like most people, you are probably imagining a washed-out scene in 50 Shades of Brown. Everyone is dressed in burlap. Everything is brown, gray, or some other dreary combination of the two. The only splash of color comes from the occasional bright red of blood from a sword fight or a plague sore. But here is the truth. The Middle Ages were absolutely bursting with color. Medieval people did not just like color, they were completely obsessed with it. Your mental image of drab, dirt-covered peasants is mostly a modern creation, brought to you by bad movie lighting and lazy costume design. Let us get one thing straight. If you had lived in medieval Europe, your world would have been filled with vibrant colors. The walls of buildings were painted, banners of every conceivable hue waved in the wind. And clothing, yes, even the clothing of peasants, was dyed in vivid tones whenever the materials were available. Rich blues, bright yellows, deep reds, and lush greens were common sights, especially during festivals or on feast days. Even the poor, who could not afford the most expensive fabrics, often wore clothes dyed with cheaper but still colorful pigments derived from plants. Woad could give you a nice blue, Weld provided a sunny yellow, and Madder Root could produce a solid red. Sure, you probably would not be walking around in royal purple unless you had a noble title and a serious amount of money, but wearing color was the norm. It was the default setting, not the exception. That whole brown sackcloth image. It is more about 20th century filmmakers trying to quickly signal the past than it is about historical accuracy. Costume designers in the mid-1950s were not spending their time researching plant-based dyeing techniques or reading through medieval laundry records. They just threw a potato sack on an actor, called it a day, and moved on. And now, decades later, your brain is still convinced that the entire past was beige. Now let us take a little imaginary stroll through a noble's wardrobe. You are in a manor house in Burgundy, and your host, a baroness with a flair for the dramatic, swings open a large, carved wooden chest. Inside, you see silk imported all the way from Byzantium, deep blue robes dyed with lapis lazuli, which, by the way, was more expensive than gold, a cloak lined with soft fur, and dresses embroidered with actual gold thread. Color was a powerful symbol of status, and the brighter and more intense the shade, the more wealth it suggested. That is why sumptuary laws were a thing. These were rules specifically designed to restrict who could wear what colors or fabrics based on their social class. Yes, that is right. Fashion policing is much older than social media. But it was not just the nobles who were showing off their style. Even working class people used color as a form of self-expression. Sure, their dye options were more limited and their fabrics were coarser, mostly wool or linen, but they still had pops of vibrancy in their attire. A green tunic for a trip to the market, a red hood for warmth, a brightly colored belt or hat to stand out during a local festival. People did not wear the same exact outfit every single day either. Even if your wardrobe was small, you would rotate what you owned, patch up your favorite pieces, and re-dye older garments a new color when they started to fade. And here is a fun, quirky little detail. Medieval people were also really into the symbolic meanings of colors. Red was not just red. It could symbolize power, love, or sometimes sin. Blue was closely associated with purity and the Virgin Mary. Green might represent fertility or youth, but wearing too much green could be seen as suspicious, almost pagan-like. And black, interestingly enough, was not always a color of mourning. It could also represent elegance, seriousness, or scholarly pursuits. Basically, your outfit was your personal status update for the world to see. One of the most vivid pieces of evidence we have about the medieval love of color comes from illuminated manuscripts. These books were not just about the text they contained. They were miniature explosions of art. The margins were crammed with jewel-toned vines, flowers, birds, and often the occasional naked man fighting a snail. Do not ask why. The paints used to create these masterpieces came from crushed gemstones, rare minerals, and exotic goods from faraway lands. That monk hunched over his desk was not just copying scripture. He was mixing colors like a Renaissance-era Bob Ross. And that brings us to a small scholarly rabbit hole. Were the colors of medieval life really that bright, or have they just survived better in art? Some historians argue that fabric dyes faded quickly in the sun and with washing, so people's everyday appearance was probably more muted. Others push back against this, pointing to surviving garments that still display incredibly vivid colors even after centuries. The truth is likely somewhere in the middle. Life was not a cartoon, but it definitely was not the dreary dust bowl we have been led to believe. Here is something else to consider. City festivals, religious processions, and tournaments were complete riots of color. Imagine a May Day celebration with colorful streamers, painted wagons, dancers wearing garlands, and dyed cloth fluttering from every single rooftop. Or picture the interior of a cathedral, not the cold, gray stone you see today, but walls and ceilings painted in bold patterns and scenes depicting the lives of saints. Yes, most medieval churches were painted both inside and out. That soft, faded Gothic stone look is the naked, weather-beaten version. In its prime, it would have looked like someone handed a toddler a full paint set and just let them go wild in the most holy way possible. So why does the myth of medieval drabness continue to persist? It is partly because many buildings and garments have not survived in their original state. Textiles rot, dyes fade, and paint peels away. What we are left with are the ruins, the skeletons of the color that once was, and a lot of black and white woodcuts from the early days of printing. It is like watching a Technicolor movie in grayscale, and just assuming that is how it was originally filmed. Tonight's historical fact is that medieval clothing and art were richly colorful across all social classes, and color was used deliberately and symbolically. Your quirky side note is that medieval monks created paints from lapis lazuli, crushed insects, and even snail shells to decorate their manuscripts. And your open scholarly debate is whether the Middle Ages were visually vivid on a day-to-day basis, or if the bright colors were mostly reserved for special occasions and sacred spaces. So the next time someone claims the past was just brown and boring, you can shake your head and say, no, they were living in full color long before it was cool, just without the Instagram filters. Let's slide into another classic myth with all the subtlety of a bard who has had a bit too much to drink. The idea that the Middle Ages were one long, uninterrupted slump known as the Dark Ages, a period of pitch-black nothingness. No progress, no science, no literacy, just 1,000 years of plague, pitchforks, and peasants grunting. It sounds dramatic, does it not? Conveniently terrible. But here is the reality. The Dark Ages were not actually dark, not in that way. They were complex, colorful, as we just discussed, and filled with innovation. The notion that the lights just went out for an entire millennium is a narrative constructed by people who desperately wanted to believe that the Renaissance invented everything from scratch. Spoiler alert, it did not. So, where did the term Dark Ages even originate? It was actually concocted by Renaissance scholars who saw themselves as the main characters in the story of history. These individuals, your Petrarchs and your Da Vinci admirers, looked back at ancient Rome, saw all the magnificent temples, the togas, and the clever Latin phrases, then looked at the ruins surrounding them and thought, yikes, it must have been a real mess back then. So they slapped the label dark onto the preceding centuries to make their own era seem like a glorious rebirth. That is some top-tier historical marketing right there. But the real medieval period, stretching roughly from the 5th to the 15th century, was not a cultural wasteland. It was more like a messy teenage phase. It was awkward, yes, but it was also full of growth and development. New languages were formed. New political systems emerged. Architecture transformed from Roman remnants to soaring Gothic cathedrals that still leave modern tourists speechless today. Have you ever seen Notre Dame in Paris or the Duomo in Florence? That is medieval work, my friend, not some post-Roman afterthought. Let us talk about science for a moment. The Middle Ages gave us universities, eyeglasses, mechanical clocks, and windmills. People were actively studying astronomy, medicine, algebra, and philosophy. The Islamic Golden Age, which overlapped with the European Middle Ages, produced brilliant scholars like Avicenna and Alhazen, whose medical texts and theories on optics made their way to European thinkers and were used for centuries. The very fact that we have Aristotle's writings today is thanks to medieval Arab translators and Christian monks who spent countless hours scribbling away in candlelit libraries. And as for literacy, while it is true that not everyone could read, the same can be said for today, depressingly. Monasteries, cathedral schools, and eventually universities were producing educated individuals like it was their primary business. By the 12th century, you could walk into Paris and find lively debates about metaphysics, grammar, and theology happening over wine and bread. Real barstool philosophy. The stereotype of the toothless, illiterate serf drooling on a rock is a complete caricature. Here is a strange little fact for you. During this supposedly dark time, people were actually experimenting with flying machines. Yes, you heard that right. In 875 CE, a man in Cordoba named Abbas ibn Firnas supposedly strapped on a set of wings he had built and jumped off a hill. He survived, sort of. It was not a graceful flight, and the landing was less like a bird of prey and more like a falling goat. But still, someone tried. That is aviation, Middle Ages style. That is not exactly the narrative you would expect from an era known for its alleged scientific dormancy. Now, to be fair, there were periods of collapse. When Rome fell in the West, infrastructure did crumble in some places. Cities shrank, trade routes slowed down, and yes, there were times when literacy rates dipped, especially outside of monastic centers. But to call that entire millennium dark is like saying your whole day is ruined just because you spilled your coffee at 7 in the morning. Civilizations do not simply cease to exist just because they are not currently inventing smartphones. This is where the scholarly debate gets particularly heated. Some historians want to get rid of the term Dark Ages altogether, arguing that it is biased, Eurocentric, and wildly inaccurate. Others argue that we can still use it, but carefully, to describe specific regions or time periods where cultural or economic decline actually did happen, like the very early medieval period in some parts of Western Europe. But no one worth listening to is still out there calling the entire medieval era a historical black hole. It is just not true. Do you want to know something even more ironic? The Renaissance folks who mocked the Middle Ages for being backward were themselves using medieval knowledge to fuel their so-called rebirth. They copied medieval manuscript techniques. They relied on medieval translations of ancient texts. And some of the most important Renaissance thinkers, like Thomas More or Erasmus, were educated in institutions that had been operating since the 11th or 12th century. That is like pretending you invented electricity while standing inside Thomas Edison's workshop. And let us not forget about art. Sure, medieval paintings might look a bit strange to our modern eyes, with their floating bobbies that have the faces of grown men, their odd proportions, and a lot of intense-looking halos. But those works were part of a visual language that was built on symbolism, not realism. They were not trying to perfectly recreate what you saw with your eyes. They were trying to create an emotional or spiritual world. It was only later that people became obsessed with things like vanishing points and perfect shading. And even then, those techniques were slowly evolving out of the work done by medieval artists who were experimenting with depth and light. So why does this myth stick around? Because it is neat and tidy. It divides history into simple little chapters, antiquity, then a big, dumb pause, and then a glorious renaissance. It flatters our modern sensibilities and gives us a straightforward hero's journey arc for humanity. But real history is messy and tangled. Progress does not move in a straight line, and sometimes it happens in dimly lit scriptoriums, not in shiny marble halls. Tonight's historical fact is that the Middle Ages were full of intellectual, scientific, and artistic progress, not a 1,000-year brain freeze. Your quirky gem is that a medieval man in 9th century Spain attempted to fly using homemade wings. It went about as well as you would expect. And your scholarly debate is whether we should retire the phrase Dark Ages entirely, or if it can still be useful when applied with care. So no, the Middle Ages were not dark. They were shadowed, layered, and occasionally chaotic, but they were never lifeless. If anything, they were just a little misunderstood, like every good protagonist in a coming-of-age movie. Let us tackle another medieval misconception that refuses to die, probably because it fits so nicely into modern clickbait headlines. The average medieval person only lived to be 30. Boom. Brutal and game over by the time you spot your third gray hair. It is a favorite statistic for shocking middle schoolers and for convincing people that the past was nothing but pain, disease, and an endless series of funerals. But just like that idea that people thought the earth was flat, this one is so misleading that it is practically useless. So tonight, we are going to put that myth in the ground, gently, respectfully, and definitely not at the age of 29. So here is what is really going on with that number. When you hear that the average life expectancy was 30, you are hearing a statistical average, not an absolute cap on how long people could live. That number is dragged dramatically downward by one massive factor: infant and child mortality. A huge number of bobbies did not survive past their first birthday. A lot of toddlers did not make it past the age of 5. You can thank rampant disease, a lack of modern medical knowledge, and poor sanitation for that grim reality. And if you were a woman giving birth, you were rolling the dice every single time. Pregnancy was not exactly a wellness journey in the 1300s, but here is the critical twist. If you managed to survive those treacherous early years, you had a very solid chance of living into your 50s, 60s, or even beyond. This was especially true if you were reasonably well fed, managed to avoid the major plagues, and did not get caught on the wrong end of a local baron's temper tantrum. There are countless records of people living long, productive lives, including nobles, monks, farmers, and merchants. Once you survived childhood, you entered what scholars refer to as a normal life curve, not a sudden cliff edge at age 29. Let us take a little time-traveling stroll through a medieval town. You are walking down a narrow street in York in the late 14th century. The baker is probably in his 40s, and his mother is inside, tending the fire, likely in her 60s and grumpy about your muddy boots. Across the way, a group of older women are sitting together, spinning wool and chatting. One of them may have lost 2 bobbies to illness, but she lived long enough to see her own granddaughter get married. These people are not ghosts, they are real. Their stories were just overshadowed by statistics that do not tell the whole truth. Now, of course, some groups had it much harder. Serfs and peasants who were doing back-breaking labor, people exposed to the constant threat of war, and folks living in dense cities with poor sanitation faced relentless risks. But even they did not just keel over at the age of 30. Chroniclers recorded many people living into old age. There are records of abbots in their 80s, monks working well into their 70s, and peasants who are proudly mentioned in local records for their long years of service or their surprisingly stubborn longevity. One English legal document from the 13th century even mentions a tenant farmer who managed to outlive 3 generations of his landlords. Here is your quirky fact for this section. Medieval people actually had words for the different stages of life, sometimes breaking down human existence into 7 distinct ages, like a very serious horoscope. These stages ranged from infantia or babyhood to senectus, which meant old age. The idea was that life progressed in predictable and meaningful phases. Think of it as a medieval life planner. You were not just born, then you worked, and then you dropped dead. You aged, your roles in the community changed. You gained wisdom, and people respected that process. Gray hair was not something to be dyed away. It was a sign that you had made it. Of course, life was still incredibly difficult. Disease was always a looming threat, and medicine ranged from surprisingly effective herbal remedies to treatments like "please stop putting leeches on me." War, famine, and plague could absolutely cut a life short prematurely. And let us not pretend that people had the benefit of modern dental care. You might make it to 60 with your jaw still intact, but your teeth might have been making their own quiet exit from your mouth. Still, if we are talking about whether medieval people could live long lives, the answer is yes, they absolutely could, and they did. One major contributing factor was diet. Contrary to popular belief, medieval people were not just eating dirt stew and crying into stale bread. A balanced diet consisting of grains, legumes, vegetables, fish, and occasional meat helped many people stay relatively healthy, at least by the standards of their time. And the practice of seasonal fasting, which was guided by the church calendar, may have had some unexpected health benefits. It meant less gluttony, more plant-based meals, and the occasional digestive break. It was not exactly the paleo diet, but maybe it was paleo-adjacent. Now for the scholarly debate. Historians argue over how accurate the age records from this period really are. Church records, tax rolls, and legal documents sometimes recorded approximate ages or just rounded the numbers. So when someone is described as being very old, does that mean they were 60 or 85? Some records might even exaggerate a person's longevity to add a sense of gravity, like saying an elder was nearly 100, when that may have just meant they were super old for their particular village. But archaeology has helped to bridge that gap. By studying the bones and teeth from medieval cemeteries, researchers can now estimate the age at death with increasing precision, and the data supports the idea that people lived past 30 quite a lot. There is also some disagreement over how aware people were of their own ages. Birthdays were not a big deal like they are now, especially among the common folk. You did not get a cake with your name on it and have someone scream "you're 30" while throwing glitter everywhere. More often, your age was tied to major events like harvests, the reigns of different kings, or significant battles. You would say things like, "I was just a boy when the old king died," and everyone would understand. Time moved differently, but it was still marked. So let us revise that awful headline. The medieval life expectancy at birth was around 30 because a lot of bobbies died, not because people aged like avocados. Once you made it out of those risky early years, you could have a long, full, messy, and occasionally plague-interrupted life. Tonight's verified fact is that life expectancy at birth was low due to high infant mortality, not because adults just keeled over in their 30s. Your quirky tidbit is that medieval scholars categorized life into 7 stages, including a kind of retirement phase for storytelling and sharing wisdom. And your scholarly debate is about how accurate the reported ages in medieval documents really were, and whether we can truly trust all those "I live to be 100" claims. So the next time someone tells you that medieval people all died at 30, feel free to roll your eyes like a grumpy abbot and say, "Sure, if they got eaten by wolves when they were toddlers." All right, it is time to strike a match on another medieval myth that refuses to die quietly. That witches were burned at the stake all across Europe during the Middle Ages like it was some kind of national sport. This is a very dramatic image. Bonfires blazing in every single village square. Innocent women screaming in agony while chanting monks look on, smug and satisfied. The problem is that this entire scene is more of an early modern horror story than a medieval fact. Sure, there were accusations of witchcraft. And yes, some people did get burned, but the massive, frenzied witch burnings that people often imagine, that all came after the Middle Ages. And it says a lot more about the paranoia of the 16th and 17th centuries than it does about medieval theology. Let us rewind to, say, the year 1250. You are standing in a bustling town square in France. There is a juggler doing something vaguely dangerous with a set of knives. A friar is handing out pamphlets about the dangers of pride, and a woman in a red cloak is selling hot pies. Nobody is being burned for witchcraft. In fact, if someone were to accuse their neighbor of being a witch, the local church court would most likely dismiss it as mere superstition. That is right. For most of the medieval period, the church did not take witchcraft all that seriously. In many cases, they literally said it was nonsense. No joke. Early canon law actually called the belief in magic a delusion of the devil. As in, if you thought someone could fly around on a broomstick or put a curse on your goats, you were the one with the problem. The authorities did not deny that strange things happened, but they usually chalked it up to illusion, ignorance, or demonic trickery. They were far more concerned with heresy, which was actual theological rebellion, than they were with old women muttering in Latin over a pot of herbs. So how did we get from a position of mild skepticism to full-blown witch hunts? You can blame the printing press. Okay, not entirely, but it certainly helped. In the late 15th century, right as the Middle Ages were coming to a close, two German inquisitors wrote a book called the Malleus Maleficarum, or the Hammer of Witches. It was basically a how-to guide for finding, torturing, and executing witches. The book was wild, misogynistic, paranoid, and very, very popular. It took off in the early modern period, just as Europe was going through waves of war, religious upheaval, and plague-induced panic. People were looking for someone to blame, and the Malleus helpfully pointed its finger at that weird woman who lived down the road. The real witch-burning craze actually took place between the 15th and 18th centuries, after the medieval era had already ended. Germany, Switzerland, and parts of France saw some of the worst of it. And just to make things more confusing, it was not just the church that was driving these hunts. Secular courts were often just as involved, and in some cases, they were even more brutal. In Protestant regions, accusations flew just as freely as they did in Catholic ones. So this was not really about medieval theology. It was about mass hysteria mixed with deeply entrenched sexism. Now, here is a quirky wrinkle in the story. During the High Middle Ages, people were way more likely to accuse you of being a heretic than a witch. If you said the wrong thing about the nature of Christ or denied a key church doctrine, you were in trouble. But stirring a potion to help ease your neighbor's cough, that was often just called healing. Wise women, midwives, and herbalists were not automatically seen as evil. They were often trusted and valued members of their communities. There was superstition, yes, but not the kind of witch panic that came later. Also, burning was not even the standard punishment. When heresy or sorcery was punished during the medieval period, the methods varied quite a bit. Hanging, banishment, or being assigned penance were much more common. Burning was usually reserved for major theological crimes or for symbolic executions, and even then, it was not a constant occurrence. There were decades, even whole centuries, where barely anyone was executed for anything that even resembled witchcraft. This is where the scholarly debate gets interesting. Some historians argue that the seeds of the witch craze were actually planted in the late Middle Ages, even if the bonfires had not started yet. They point to shifting attitudes within the church, a growing obsession with demonic pacts, and a slowly developing suspicion of female healers. It is a bit like watching a thunderstorm build. You can hear the early rumbles, but the real lightning show does not hit until later. Others argue that the Middle Ages actually served as a stabilizing force, with the church's skeptical stance preventing mass hysteria for centuries. Then once that stance loosened in the early modern era, all bets were off. Now, for tonight's strange but true moment, there is documented evidence that some accused witches defended themselves in court by saying they did not work with demons. They just used knowledge that had been passed down through generations. And sometimes, that defense actually worked. Local judges or clergy would just shrug and decide, all right, fine, keep your herbs. Just do not talk about flying pigs or making love potions for all the married men in the village. Justice was inconsistent, but it was not automatically a death sentence. We also cannot ignore the role that gender played in all of this. Women, especially older, single, or widowed women, were disproportionately targeted during the later witch hunts. But again, during most of the medieval period, these women were not running from torch-wielding mobs. They were often sought out for their skills and knowledge. There was fear, yes, but there was also respect. The idea of the village witch as a convenient scapegoat really gains momentum much later in history. So, let us be clear. The Middle Ages were not free of violence, superstition, or misogyny. But the classic image of endless witch burnings is really just revisionist theater. It makes for dramatic stories, but it erases the nuance of an era that was more skeptical and layered than we often give it credit for. Tonight's historical fact is that the large-scale witch hunts and burnings mostly occurred after the medieval period, in the early modern era. Your fringe nugget is that the Malleus Maleficarum, basically a witch-hunting manual, was published in 1487, right at the very end of the Middle Ages. And the scholarly debate is whether late medieval shifts in theology and superstition laid the groundwork for the later witch hunts, or if the medieval church was actually a moderating influence. So the next time someone invokes the Middle Ages as if it was one big haunted bonfire, just lean back, raise an eyebrow and say, "You're about 200 years too early, my friend." Let us clear out the spice cabinet and take a big whiff of another half-baked myth. That medieval food was bland, boring, and basically a punishment for having taste buds. You know the story. Gruel for breakfast, some kind of mystery meat for lunch, and then more gruel for dinner. No flavor, no variety, and absolutely no spices because, well, apparently everyone before the Renaissance was too busy dying young to bother with proper seasoning. But here's the thing, that is total nonsense. Not only was medieval food not bland, it was shockingly flavorful, sometimes intensely so. Brace yourself because it would probably blow your modern palate sideways. Picture this. You are seated at a long wooden table in a 14th century noble household. The tapestries are pulled tight against the evening chill, and the smells wafting from the kitchen are complex, spicy, and incredibly rich. The cooks are busy preparing roasted game birds with sauces made from wine, vinegar, cinnamon, ginger, and saffron. There is stewed fruit with cloves and nutmeg. There is fish that has been delicately poached in almond milk. This is not a survival menu. This is high art on a plate. Let's be real. Medieval cooks were obsessed with spices. They did not just use them, they flaunted them. Cinnamon, cloves, nutmeg, black pepper, ginger, galangal, long pepper, and even grains of paradise, which sounds like something from a fantasy game but was a very real and very spicy ingredient. These spices were imported from Asia and Africa and cost a small fortune. So to pile them onto a roast or into a pie was not just about flavor, it was a flex. Spicing your food in medieval Europe was like driving a gold-plated chariot through your dinner party. You did not use spices because you had to. You used them because you could. Now, before you accuse medieval people of using spices to cover up the taste of rotten meat, that is another stubborn myth that needs to be tossed into the moat. Meat was expensive. No one was going to let it rot and then try to salvage it with a few sprinkles of cinnamon. Not only would that be disgusting, but it would also be incredibly inefficient and dangerous. People had effective methods like salting, smoking, drying, and pickling to preserve their food. Spices were for flavor, not for food CPR. Even peasants, while they were not swimming in saffron, had flavorful diets. A typical meal for a commoner might include a hearty pottage, which was a thick stew made of grains, vegetables, and sometimes a little bit of meat or fish. Herbs like parsley, sage, salmon, thyme, and dill were commonly used. Garlic and onions were everywhere. People baked their own bread, often sourdough-like loaves, churned their own butter, and brewed their own ale. And no, they were not just eating gray sludge. A well-made pottage with leeks, carrots, barley, and a dash of garden herbs could be absolutely delicious. And let us talk about sauces. Oh boy, medieval folks loved a good sauce. They made sauces from wine, vinegar, fruit puree, breadcrumbs, and you guessed it, spices. A noble's banquet might feature a roasted swan with a sharp, acidic black pepper sauce or a rabbit in a sweet and sour plum concoction. These flavor profiles were complex and unexpected, often balancing sweet with savory and sour with spicy. If you are thinking, wait, that sounds kind of like modern Asian cuisine, you are not wrong. The medieval palate was more globally influenced than you might expect. Here is something quirky. There were entire cookbooks in the Middle Ages, real ones. The form of curry, which was compiled by the cooks of King Richard II in the 14th century, includes recipes for elaborate dishes that would not be out of place in a five-star restaurant today. That is, if you could get past the occasional peacock being served with its own feathers reattached for a bit of flair. That is not a joke. Presentation mattered a great deal. Food was theatrical. Sometimes dishes were dyed with saffron or beetroot for dramatic color, or even layered in gold leaf just for the sake of it. And yes, people did eat peacocks, swans, and even porpoises if they were rich and wanted to impress someone. But everyday folk were not just gnawing on twigs. They had access to seasonal vegetables like cabbage, turnips, beans, peas, and parsnips. Apples and pears were abundant. Nuts, berries, and honey were used to sweeten things naturally. And do not underestimate medieval baking. Pies and pastries were incredibly popular, filled with either meat or fruit, depending on the season and your budget. Street vendors even sold hand pies to people passing by. That is right, medieval hot pockets. Now, here is the scholarly wrinkle. While medieval recipes were full of flavor, many of the surviving cookbooks were aimed at the upper classes. So some historians argue that our picture of medieval cuisine is skewed toward luxury. Peasant diets were certainly simpler, more grain-heavy, and sometimes repetitive. But that does not mean they were flavorless. Foraging, home gardens, community ovens, and local knowledge made even the most humble food satisfying. And do not forget, taste is cultural. A peasant stew might taste boring to you, but it would have been comforting and complex to them. Plus, they had plenty of ale to wash it all down with. Do you want a truly fringe moment? In some places, cooks used edible ink to stamp designs onto their food. They would use little hand-carved stamps to press patterns onto pastry or bread before baking it. It was not just about calories, it was about beauty. These people were into edible aesthetics long before Instagram made it mandatory. Another fun twist is that medieval fasting days, which happen a lot, did not mean bland food. They just meant no meat or dairy. So people got creative with fish, almond milk, oil-based sauces, and even fake meats made from crushed nuts or legumes. Medieval Lent was basically an episode of Chopped. You have no cheese, no meat, and 47 eels. Go. So no, medieval food was not a punishment. It was flavorful, dynamic, often experimental, and occasionally so extra that it bordered on the absurd. If anything, the real crime is that we have turned that rich legacy into a sad, beige porridge joke. Tonight's historical fact is that medieval cuisine used a wide variety of spices and flavor combinations, especially among the upper classes. Your quirky moment. Some medieval cooks used stamps and edible ink to decorate food, which was proto-foodie art. And the scholarly debate is whether our perceptions of medieval flavor are based too heavily on elite cookbooks, or if there is enough evidence to support a broader, more spiced-up picture. So the next time someone calls medieval food bland, ask them when they last cooked with grains of paradise and saffron. Then offer them some eel pie. See how committed they are to history. Now, let's suit up literally and talk about one of the most over-glorified, over-sanitized, and often completely misunderstood figures of the medieval world, the knight. You know the image. Gleaming armor, a pure heart, a chiseled jaw, the defender of the helpless, the slayer of dragons, and the upholder of chivalry and virtue. Basically, a walking Pinterest board for medieval masculinity. But if you peel back the layers of that plate armor, you will find something a little more complicated and often a lot more gross. Because the truth is, knights were not always noble. Sometimes they were glorified thugs with a taste for violence, a questionable grasp on morality, and a tendency to cause more problems than they actually solved. Let's start with the basics. Being a knight in the Middle Ages was not just about being brave. It was a job, a military profession. And for much of the period, knights were more like freelance war contractors than they were noble paragons. They trained in combat from a young age, served under lords and fought in battles, sure, but they also raided villages, pillaged supplies, extorted money, and generally made life difficult for anyone who lived along the roads they traveled. And while there was a code of chivalry, with the emphasis on code, not law, a lot of knights treated it more like a friendly suggestion. A knight might swear an oath to protect the innocent and then turn around and torture a village that refused to pay him protection money. Take the 12th and 13th centuries, for example. Europe was crawling with what were known as robber knights. These were petty lords who used their castles to control roads, bridges, and trade routes, and then squeezed travelers for tolls, or just outright robbed them. It was less defender of the realm and more highway bandit in shiny pants. You could be a knight and still get excommunicated by the church for your behavior. You could even get excommunicated twice if you were especially spicy. So, where did the image of the noble knight come from? For that, you can blame the poets. Starting in the 11th century, Romantic literature swept across Europe, painting knights as gallant lovers, protectors of women, and defenders of virtue. Think of Lancelot, Gawain, and all those Arthurian tales filled with magic swords and dramatic sighs. These stories were popular because they offered an idealized version of knighthood, something to aspire to. But in real life, Lancelot would probably have been too busy managing his land holdings or bullying peasants to write poetry about a forbidden love affair. And it is not just the literature that made knights look good. The church had a vested interest in giving knights a public relations makeover. These were violent men living in a violent world, and the church was always trying to direct that violence towards something useful like, say, the Holy Land. The concept of a holy war, especially the Crusades, offered a neat little outlet. Kill for God and you earn salvation. Your sins are erased. Your sword now has a divine purpose. And suddenly, all that blood on your hands looks a lot more holy. Here is a fun little fact. Knights used blunt weapons like maces or warhammers just as often as they used swords, especially when fighting other armored opponents. Forget the elegant duel. Medieval combat was brutal, loud, and incredibly messy. You were not dancing with your opponent. You were trying to crush their rib cage right through their steel armor. And speaking of steel, those shining suits of armor were not that practical outside of the battlefield. Most knights preferred padded gambesons or chain mail for everyday violence. Full-plate armor was expensive, high maintenance, and very heavy. Not that you would be completely immobile in it, that is another myth, but you were not wearing it to breakfast either. Now, let us talk about tournaments. These were not the polite sporting events where everyone clapped and drank mead. Early tournaments were chaotic, full-contact, multi-night melees that were basically legally sanctioned brawls. People died, horses were stolen, and helmets were filled with teeth. It was only later, in the 14th and 15th centuries, that jousting became a more formalized, pageantry-filled display of knightly virtue. Earlier on, it was just a chance for young knights to gain some experience or to lose an eye. And here is the quirky bit. Knights were also kind of the influencers of their day. Nobles loved to show off their wealth through heraldry, tournaments, and finely crafted armor. Having a lavishly decorated shield or a ridiculous feather plume on your helmet was like having a verified Instagram account. Some knights even had publicists, chroniclers who would sing their praises, write about their adventures, and polish their reputations for posterity. Not unlike certain billionaires today, some knights worked very hard to look noble while quietly behaving like absolute gremlins. This brings us to the scholarly gray area. How chivalrous were knights, really? Some historians argue that the chivalric code, which emphasized honor, mercy, and the defense of the weak, was genuinely internalized by many knights, especially those who were educated in courtly traditions. Others say that chivalry was mostly just PR, an ideological leash that nobles wore to justify their own power and violence. The answer probably lies somewhere in between. Some knights really did try to live up to the ideals. Others saw those ideals as a useful tool, something to flash around when it benefited them and to ignore when it did not. And not to be overlooked, there were female knights, or at least women who functioned in knight-like roles. They were not always formally dubbed, but noblewomen sometimes led troops, held castles, and fought in sieges. Have you ever heard of Nicola de la Haye? She successfully defended Lincoln Castle against multiple attacks in the early 13th century. Some orders, like the Order of the Hatchet in Spain, even honored women who fought to defend their towns. So no, knighthood was not exclusively a testosterone club. Tonight's historical fact is that not all knights were noble heroes. Many were violent landowners or enforcers with flexible morals and very real body counts. Your quirky detail is that knights were not above hearing scribes to write glowing accounts of their exploits, medieval hype men, basically. And the scholarly debate is whether chivalry was a genuine behavioral code, or just elite propaganda designed to make warlords look polished. So the next time someone calls someone a real knight in shining armor, you can ask them, do you mean the storybook version, or the one who extorted merchants and cracked skulls at the county fair? Let us talk about the peasants, those humble, earth-stained folks you have seen 1,000 times in movies and textbooks. Their faces are smudged with dirt, their backs are permanently bent, and they are toiling away in the fields with the hopelessness of medieval Eeyores. They are usually portrayed as sad, illiterate drones with no rights, no hope, and nothing to do but farm the land and then die. But here is the twist you probably did not see coming. Medieval peasants were not powerless. In fact, in a lot of cases, they had more agency than you might think, and some of them knew exactly how to throw down when things got unfair. Let us rewind to a modest English village in the early 14th century. You are a peasant named Thomas, yes, with an H, and you are not a slave. You are a villein, which means you owe your lord certain duties. You might have to perform a few days of labor and maybe give him a portion of your harvest or your ale. But you also have rights. You have access to land. You can get married, raise animals, collect firewood, and this is key, you can take your grievances to court. That is right. You can sue your neighbor for stealing your sheep. You can even challenge your lord in the manorial court if he tries to pull something shady. The law was not just for the nobles. It was local and surprisingly inclusive when it came to disputes among the lower classes. Now, does that mean life was easy? Oh, not even close. You worked from dawn until dusk. You lived in cramped houses with animals snoring under your feet, and you prayed that you would not get hit with famine, plague, or a lord who was having a bad day. But the idea that all peasants were just helpless pawns is not true. They were part of a structured system that gave them responsibilities, but it also gave them protections. And when things got out of hand, they organized. A case in point is the Peasants' Revolt of 1381. You have got this tax called the poll tax that was slapped on everyone, regardless of their income. Cue the outrage. People from villages and towns all over the country rise up, march on London, and demand an audience with King Richard II. Their leader, Wat Tyler, is not some unthinking brute. He is articulate, bold, and very clear about what they want: the abolition of serfdom, fair wages, and justice. And for a moment, it looks like they are going to win until, of course, the king's men panic. Tyler gets stabbed and the rebellion collapses. But the message was sent, loud and clear. Peasants were done being treated like disposable labor, and they were not going to go quietly. This was not a one-off event. Throughout the Middle Ages, there were numerous uprisings and labor disputes. In Germany, in Italy, and in France, peasants knew how to organize, how to riot, and how to make their voices heard. And they were not just swinging pitchforks around. They had political demands, they had legitimate grievances, and they had a desire to shape their own lives. Does that sound familiar? It is the medieval version of a union strike, just with more wool cloaks and fewer hashtags. Here is your quirky fact for the night. Peasants sometimes formed what were known as communes. Not the modern kind with kombucha and drum circles, but legal associations that gave them collective bargaining power. The people in a town would swear mutual oaths of defense and self-governance. They would form militias. Some even negotiated charters from their lords that granted them semi-autonomy. In other words, medieval peasants had their own version of local government. You did not need to have a castle to play the politics game. And speaking of politics, some peasants actually became wealthy. Yep, social mobility. That is another thing that people assume did not exist in the Middle Ages, but it did, albeit slowly and unevenly. A clever, hard-working peasant might accumulate enough land or wealth to join the ranks of the yeomanry. These were free men who were not tied to a lord and who often served as local leaders. Some became bailiffs or reeves, overseeing land and managing resources, and some even bought their freedom outright, especially after the Black Death, when labor shortages gave workers more leverage. You want someone to till your land after half the village has died. You had better be prepared to offer fair wages, buddy. Now this brings us to the scholarly gray zone. How free were medieval peasants really? Some historians argue that we tend to overstate their agency. After all, they were still tied to the land. They were subject to the whims of local lords, and they were bound by customs that they did not choose. Others point out that medieval life was not static. Customs evolved over time. Rights were negotiated. The peasant experience varied wildly depending on where and when you lived. In England, the decline of feudalism gave rise to a more mobile peasantry. In Eastern Europe, serfdom actually tightened. There is no one-size-fits-all answer. What is clear is that peasants were not just grunting background extras in the historical narrative. They were the economic backbone of society, growing the food, raising the animals, building the towns, and they were not passive about it. They complained, they bargained, they took each other to court, they formed alliances, and they occasionally told their lords where to stick it. Not bad for a group that history textbooks usually reduce to just dirty people with hoes. Also, here is a fun detail. Peasants had festivals, lots of them. There were religious feasts, saints' days, harvest celebrations, all of which were excuses to take a break, to drink, to dance, and to wear flowers in your hair. Life was not one long, suffering montage. It had rhythms, it had joys, and it had strong social bonds. People sang songs, they told stories, they gossiped, they flirted, and they got very drunk on homemade ale. And for a few days every year, the whole village might stop working just to parade a goat around that was wearing ribbons. You have not truly lived until you have seen a medieval goat in a hat. Tonight's hard fact is that medieval peasants had legal rights, social structures, and sometimes even political power. They were not just passive laborers. Your quirky insight is that peasant communes were real, and some of them organized local self-rule, complete with town militias and negotiated charters. And the scholarly debate is about how much individual freedom peasants really had, and how that varied across different regions and centuries. So the next time someone calls you a peasant like it is an insult, just remind them that medieval peasants sued people, they ran local governments, and they occasionally overthrew tax systems. What have you done today? Let us dim the torchlight and wander into the winding halls of medieval spirituality, where the biggest myth of all still echoes like a Gregorian chant through stone cloisters, that everyone in the Middle Ages was a strict, unquestioning Christian, and that the entire continent moved in lockstep under one holy worldview. Church on Sunday, no questions asked, all belief, no doubt, just endless piety, rosaries, and a constant fear of eternal hellfire. But as you are probably expecting by now, that is way too simple. Yes, Christianity was a dominant force, but medieval belief was far more complex, occasionally very weird, and sometimes downright heretical. So here is the setup. The Catholic Church was the spiritual and political heavyweight of the era. From Rome to rural England, its influence was vast. It controlled land, it dictated holidays, it sent out inquisitors, and it kept a watchful eye on both kings and peasants. Monasteries were everywhere, and people marked their calendars by feast days and the anniversaries of saints. But that does not mean that everyone just walked around murmuring Hail Marys with blind devotion. The spiritual landscape was messy. Some people were incredibly devout. Others were skeptical. Many blended official church doctrine with older folk practices, local legends, and whatever their neighbor said probably worked. Let us say you are a farmer in 12th century France. You go to Mass. You know the Lord's Prayer, probably in Latin, even though you do not understand a single word of it. You celebrate Easter. You attend Saints' Day processions, and you might even go on a pilgrimage if you are feeling particularly brave or desperate. But you also keep a horseshoe nailed over your door to ward off evil spirits. You might leave out a piece of bread for wandering souls. You avoid certain trees at night just in case they are haunted. If your cow gets sick, you pray to St. Blaise, but you also ask the old woman down the road to burn some herbs and chant something ancient under her breath. And none of this seems contradictory to you. It is just belief, layered, local, and completely alive. The line between being a good Christian and not being Christian enough was often very blurry. The church did try to crack down on superstitions, pagan holdovers, and weird local customs, but they did not have the internet, surveillance drones, or even standardized sermons. They sent out traveling preachers, they issued decrees, and they occasionally condemned entire regions for being too heretical. But enforcement was patchy at best. A bishop might preach against fertility rituals one day, and then quietly attend the village feast the next, with a cup of wine in his hand, pretending not to notice the phallic-shaped bread that was being paraded through the town. Now, let us talk about heresy, because this is where things get really spicy. Heresies in the Middle Ages were not just theological missteps, they were full-blown alternative belief systems. The Cathars in southern France, for example, believed that the physical world was evil. They denied the authority of the Catholic Church, and they had their own clergy. They were so committed to their dualistic worldview that they rejected material possessions, meat, sex, and the very idea of a vengeful God. The Church did not just dislike them, it launched a literal crusade against them. The Albigensian Crusade wiped out entire towns, often with the infamous battle cry, "Kill them all." God will know his own. That is not exactly your typical Sunday school lesson. And then there were the Waldensians, who preached poverty, questioned clerical authority, and spread the scripture in the local language centuries before the Protestant Reformation even happened. For this, they were excommunicated and persecuted. But here is the twist. These groups were not considered fringe because nobody believed them. They were fringe because the church was afraid of how many people did. When heresies caught on, they did so because they spoke to real grievances, corruption within the church, political oppression, or a spiritual hunger that was not being met by the standard sermons. Meanwhile, Jewish communities lived throughout medieval Europe, often in segregated quarters, but they were still vital to the local economies and culture. Contrary to popular belief, Jews were not just oppressed from day one. There were times of relative peace and even cooperation. Jewish scholars translated important texts, served as physicians, and held respected positions in society. But inevitably, prejudice, scapegoating, and violence followed. Forced conversions, expulsions, pogroms, and massacres, especially during the Crusades and the Black Death, left deep and lasting scars. Still, Judaism persisted, either underground or in exile, a quiet thread woven through the Christian tapestry. And here is a bizarre little footnote. Some medieval Christians believed in green men, forest spirits that were carved into churches to represent fertility and rebirth. Others swore by the existence of dragons, unicorns, and miraculous relics that were said to bleed or glow in the dark. Pilgrims would travel hundreds of miles just to see the finger of a saint, the feather of an angel, or, and I am not kidding, the milk of the Virgin Mary. Holy objects became both sacred and commercial. Relic tourism was a booming industry. You could buy forgiveness in the form of indulgences, earn it on a long pilgrimage, or just hope that rubbing a bone in a dusty chapel would shave a few centuries off your time in purgatory. The scholarly debate here is a fascinating one. How much of medieval belief was truly orthodox, and how much was a rich stew of superstition, pagan survivals, local folklore, and church doctrine all tangled up together? Some historians argue that the average medieval person barely understood the basic tenets of Christian theology. Others point out that literacy and education were spreading rapidly by the later Middle Ages, and that sermons, art, and religious drama helped regular folks absorb the essentials. Either way, religion was not a neat, straight line. It was a chaotic spectrum. And let us not forget about the mystics. People like Hildegard of Bingen, Julian of Norwich, and Meister Eckhart had visions, wrote poetry, and preached ideas that sometimes rubbed dangerously close to heresy. But because they were charismatic, well-educated, or politically well-placed, they got away with it, or at least they avoided being set on fire. Mysticism was not fringe. It was often central to medieval spirituality, especially for those who were seeking a personal connection with the divine. Tonight's historical fact is that medieval belief was diverse, layered, and far from being uniformly orthodox. Folk religion, heresies, mysticism, and superstition all played major roles. Your fringe detail is that some churches housed relics like the holy foreskin, which, yes, was exactly what it sounds like. And there were multiple competing ones. And your scholarly debate is whether the average medieval Christian was deeply informed in their faith, or if they were just going through the motions with a healthy dose of superstition. So, the next time someone says, everyone back then was just blindly religious, you can remind them that even in the Middle Ages, belief was messy. Saints glowed, cows got blessed, and someone out there was probably whispering a spell over their garden gnome. Let's crack open a dusty tome and take a look at another enduring myth that nobody in the Middle Ages could read or write like at all. Not the nobles, not the priests, and certainly not the peasants. Just a whole continent full of people squinting at squiggly lines and wondering what they meant, right? It paints a grim picture, one where literacy died with the Romans and did not wake up again until Shakespeare waltzed onto the stage in a pair of ruffled pants. But as you can probably guess by now, that is a wild oversimplification. Books existed, people read them, and some of them just could not get enough. First, let's set the scene. It is the 12th century. You are walking through a monastic scriptorium. It is a long, echoey room that smells like wax, ink, and very old leather. Rows of robed monks are sitting hunched over their desks, carefully copying texts by hand. And they are not just copying Bibles either. There are bestiaries, medical treatises, epic poems, histories, cookbooks, and even jokes that have been scrolled into the margins. These are not mindless drones. They are part of a carefully trained, literate workforce. Copying books was not just sacred work. It was a form of information preservation, and these guys took it very seriously. Monasteries were, without any exaggeration, the medieval equivalent of data centers. They housed libraries, real ones, full of scrolls and bound manuscripts. And those libraries were not locked away in some secret tower. Nobles, scholars, and sometimes even wealthy merchants had access to them. Books were expensive, yes, but they were not mythical objects. Owning a book was like owning a laptop in the 1980s, a symbol of wealth, education, and a connection to a much bigger world. But here is where it gets really juicy. Literacy was not just confined to the cloister. In cities all across Europe, especially by the high and late Middle Ages, literacy was spreading like wildfire. Cathedral schools, universities, and private tutors were churning out new readers faster than you would expect. By the 13th century, universities had popped up in places like Paris, Oxford, and Bologna, among others. These were places filled with students who not only read, but also argued, debated, annotated, and wrote their own texts. And these were not just theology nerds either. They studied law, medicine, astronomy, and arithmetic. You know, the usual bedtime reading. And no, it was not just men. Noble women, particularly in the later Middle Ages, were frequently educated. Take Christine de Pizan, who wrote books defending women's intelligence and moral worth way back in the 1400s, centuries before your favorite feminist zine. Or Eleanor of Aquitaine, who was a patron of poets and could read Latin. Or even less famous ladies, like the widows of merchants who had to be able to keep accounts, read contracts, and navigate complex property laws. Literacy was not handed out like candy, but it was not locked away in a tower either. Here is your quirky twist. Literacy was not always about full fluency. There was something called partial literacy, where people could recognize key symbols, numbers, or important phrases. A merchant might not be able to write a novel, but he could certainly read a bill of sale. A peasant woman might not be able to quote Augustine, but she could recognize the name of a saint or a familiar hymn. Signatures were not always signatures as we know them. Some were personalized marks, and churches used visual aids like stained glass windows and murals to communicate biblical stories to those who were not fully literate. It was a multimedia society long before multimedia was even a word. The rise of guilds and urban life made reading even more practical. Contracts had to be signed. Laws needed to be understood. Instructions, recipes, and prayers were copied down and shared. There were even public readings, which were sort of like medieval TED Talks, but with more incense and Latin. In some towns, a crier would read the news out loud, while others followed along on posted broadsheets. Literacy was not an all-or-nothing proposition. It was a continuum, and it was growing. Now, the printing press did change everything, but not because it suddenly taught people how to read. By the time Gutenberg started cranking out Bibles in the mid-15th century, the demand was already there. People wanted books, they just could not afford them. Scribes took weeks or even months to copy a single volume. Printing made books faster, cheaper, and much more accessible, but it did not invent the appetite for reading. That appetite had been simmering for centuries. Let us not forget that even before Gutenberg there were lending libraries. That is right. In some monasteries and universities, people could actually check out books. They were on a chain, yes. But still, the chained libraries were meant to keep the books from walking off, not to keep people from reading them. And these were not all theological snooze fests. People loved romances, the lives of saints, heroic epics, and even travel guides. The Travels of Sir John Manville, a wildly fictional account of journeys through exotic lands, was a medieval bestseller. He described dog-headed people and lands where it rained frogs. It was absolute nonsense, but hey, who does not love a good story? Here is the scholarly debate. Just how many people could read in the Middle Ages? The estimates vary wildly. Some historians argue that only 5 to 10% of the population was literate before the advent of the printing press, while others suggest that the numbers were higher in towns and among certain professions. The truth likely lies somewhere in the middle. Literacy rates depended heavily on geography, social class, gender, and occupation. A rural peasant probably not. A city merchant quite possibly. A monk or a nun definitely. A 15-year-old university student in Bologna with ink-stained fingers and way too many scrolls absolutely. And here is your fringe fact. There are surviving manuscripts where monks scribbled complaints in the margins, just like modern office workers who are stuck on a deadline. Things like "oh, my hand" or "this parchment is hairy." Or even new parchment, bad ink, I say nothing more. One even wrote, thank God it will soon be dark. That is the medieval equivalent of rage quitting a Google Doc. So no, the Middle Ages were not a dark vacuum of illiteracy. They were a time when reading mattered a great deal. Whether it was the chants of monks, the notes of scribes, or the prayers of merchants, literacy was a living, evolving force. Books were symbols of power, tools of learning, and sometimes just good entertainment. Tonight's historical fact is that literacy in the Middle Ages was more widespread than people think, especially among the clergy, the nobility, and the growing urban middle class. Your quirky insight is that monks sometimes wrote hilarious complaints in the margins of manuscripts, tiny, passive-aggressive notes from the past. And your scholarly debate is whether pre-printing press literacy rates were closer to 5%, 20%, or even higher in urban centers. So, the next time someone says, nobody could read back then, you can remind them that even medieval scribes were too tired to finish their work. And they still found the time to complain about it in writing. Tonight, let's pack a satchel and lace up some worn leather boots, because we are about to tackle another tired old myth, that people in the Middle Ages never traveled. Supposedly, everyone just stayed glued to their birth village, never strayed more than 5 miles from home, and stared suspiciously at anything that was beyond the next hedgerow. The idea is that medieval folks were static, isolated, and terrified of the unknown. Too poor, too ignorant, or too superstitious to ever go wandering. But that is just not true. In fact, the medieval world was full of movement. There were pilgrims, merchants, soldiers, scholars, and even tourists. Yep, actual medieval tourism. You might not have been able to book a flight on an app or complain about the airport Wi-Fi, but medieval people were out and about much more than you would expect. Let's start with the most obvious one, pilgrimages. These were not just religious obligations. They were also one of the most common forms of long-distance travel. From the 11th century onward, Christian Europe saw millions of people traveling to holy sites. They went from local shrines to faraway destinations like Santiago de Compostela in Spain, Canterbury in England, or Rome itself. Some even made the long and dangerous trek all the way to Jerusalem. Pilgrims walked, they rode horses, or they hitched rides on carts. They would band together in groups for safety. They camped in roadside hostels, and they exchanged stories and probably fleas along the way. They wore badges to show where they had been, which were like medieval versions of those I climbed Mount Whatever t-shirts. And yes, they often brought back souvenirs. Now, not all pilgrims were saints in waiting. Some used the trip as a form of penance for their crimes. Others used it as a convenient excuse to escape their debts or a bad marriage. And some were straight-up thrill seekers. They were people who wanted an adventure, a change of scenery, or just the chance to go drinking in another town. The lines between religion, tourism, and low-level mischief were blurry at best. And it was not just the devout who were making the rounds. Merchants traveled constantly. Trade routes crisscrossed all of Europe, from the great fairs of Champagne to the busy ports of Genoa and Bruges. You had cloth coming from England, spices from the East, silk from Byzantium, and glass from Venice. Traveling merchants were the arteries of the medieval economy, carrying goods, gossip, and disease in equal measure. They did not just sell their wares. They also introduced new ideas, technologies, and styles wherever they went. Have you ever wondered how spices from India ended up on a table in London? It was not teleportation. It was relentless, muddy, boot-wearing trade. And then you have got the students. Yes, medieval students. Picture a teenager in 13th century Paris with an armful of parchment and the early version of a dorm room beard, making his way to the University of Bologna. Medieval universities were not local affairs. They were international hubs of learning. If you were smart and okay, male and well-connected, you could study abroad centuries before it was cool. Students and scholars would move between cities to chase lectures by famous masters. Think of it as medieval academic clout chasing. And yes, they got rowdy, they got fined, they got into tavern brawls, and they sometimes even rioted over bad housing. So really nothing has changed. Let us not forget about the soldiers. Whether they were professional knights, mercenaries, or just unlucky conscripts, military service took people far from their homes. Crusaders marched thousands of miles to the Middle East. Others were dragged into conflicts between different kingdoms or local nobles. And while war was obviously brutal, it was also one of the most common ways that medieval people got to see new places. They just had to do it while dodging arrows. And here is the quirky detail for tonight. There were actual medieval guidebooks. One of the most famous was the Travels of Sir John Mandeville, a wild mix of fantasy and geography that claimed to describe far-off lands and bizarre peoples, like dog-headed men or trees that grew sheep. Obviously, it was all nonsense, but it was incredibly popular because people wanted to know about the world beyond their own walls, even if those stories were creatively exaggerated. Women traveled too, especially nuns, noblewomen, merchants' wives, and pilgrims. Abbesses would visit other abbeys. Noblewomen would move for marriage or for diplomacy. And merchant women, they sometimes handled shipping routes and long-distance business deals all by themselves. It was not exactly a Ural pass, but they definitely got around. Now, some people really did stay local their whole lives. If you were a smallholder farmer without the means or the incentive to travel, your village might have been your entire world. But even then, you probably went to nearby market towns, you saw traveling entertainers, or you had to deal with tax collectors who came from miles away. Medieval villages were not locked rooms. They were part of larger regional networks. Fairs, feasts, and courts brought outsiders in, and occasionally you went out. So, where does this myth of the stationary peasant come from? Mostly from 19th century historians who were projecting the assumptions of the industrial age backward in time. They saw trains and cars as symbols of progress, so they painted earlier times as immobile and primitive. But movement is not just about machines. It is about roads, desire, and opportunity. And medieval people had all three. Sure, the roads were rough, and there were not any clean bathrooms along the way. But you could get from London to Rome if you had enough coin and a strong stomach. Here is the scholarly debate. How mobile was the average person? Some historians argue that most people only traveled within a day's walk of their home. Others point to evidence of long-distance movement, especially among the working classes after the Black Death, when labor shortages gave people the leverage to leave their lords and seek better pay elsewhere. The wages in one town are not cutting it. Pack up your things and try the next one. Feudal obligations were still a thing, but they did not always stick. And now for a fun historical side note. There were professional pilgrims, people who would make pilgrimages on behalf of others who could not go themselves. Basically, you would pay someone to walk to a holy site, pray for your soul, and bring back a badge as proof. Imagine hiring someone to do your spiritual steps for you. It is like medieval Uber Eats, but for piety. Tonight's hard fact is that people in the Middle Ages did travel across towns, regions, countries, and even continents for religion, trade, study, war, and more. Your quirky gem is that there were medieval guidebooks filled with fantastical descriptions of foreign lands, and people absolutely loved them. And your scholarly debate is about how far the average person really traveled in their lifetime, and what factors influenced their mobility the most. So the next time someone says that medieval folks never left their village, you can tell them about the scholar on his way to Paris, the merchant who was docking his ship in Tunis, or the nun who walked 500 miles, and maybe, just maybe, the peasant who decided to see what was beyond the next hill. Let's put on a pestle-smeared apron and open up the medieval medicine cabinet. Brace yourself. It probably smells like garlic, mint, and some questionable optimism. Tonight's myth is that medieval medicine was pure superstition, just leeches and prayers to saints. Nothing but a long, fevered waiting game until death politely took you off the patient list. You have heard it all before. No real doctors, no understanding of disease, and definitely no hope if you happen to sneeze too loud. But that bleak picture leaves out a huge amount of actual knowledge, practice, and believe it or not, some treatments that actually worked. Medieval medicine was far from perfect, but it was not just about throwing herbs at the moon either. First, let's talk about the structure. Medicine in the Middle Ages was built around the theory of the four humors: blood, phlegm, yellow bile, and black bile. The idea was that your health depended on keeping these humors in perfect balance. Too much black bile and you were melancholy. Too much yellow bile and you were angry and rash. If you were phlegm-heavy, you might be sluggish or snotty. Today, that might sound like astrology for your body fluids, but back then, it provided a consistent framework for diagnosis and treatment. And for the record, some of those treatments like diet changes, herbal remedies, and even bleeding in certain contexts did have some effect, even if they did not quite match our modern scientific standards. Now, yes, leeches were used, but not everywhere and not all the time. Bleeding was a specific treatment option, not a one-size-fits-all solution. Doctors and barber surgeons, yes, barbers did surgery, and we will get to that chaos in a second, had whole manuals that outlined when, how, and where to bleed someone. It was not just random bloodletting in a back alley. It was a practice based on the season, the patient's age, their symptoms, and even the alignment of the stars. That is right. Astrology was a huge part of medieval medicine. Your astrological chart might determine whether today was the best day to lance that boil or not. It might sound silly to us now, but it was systematic, absolutely. And speaking of surgery, let's talk about the medieval scalpel. It existed. And so did bone saws, cautery irons, and trepanning drills for brain injuries. Medieval surgeons could remove bladder stones, treat cataracts, stitch up wounds, and even perform amputations with surprising success. As for anesthesia, well, there were sleeping potions made from things like hemlock, mandrake, or opium derivatives. They were risky, yes, but not entirely ineffective. And while surgical hygiene was not up to 21st century standards, no gloves, no Purell, some texts do recommend washing wounds with wine or vinegar to help prevent infection. That is not bad for an era that was supposedly devoid of any medical sense. Now, where did they learn all this stuff? From books. Lots and lots of books. Medical knowledge in medieval Europe was heavily influenced by earlier Greek, Roman, and Islamic texts. The works of Galen, Hippocrates, and Avicenna were standard reading. The Canon of Medicine by Avicenna was a core medical textbook for centuries. It was translated into Latin and spread through universities all across Europe. Yes, universities. Medicine was an actual degree. You could become a licensed physician in places like Paris, Bologna, or Salerno, complete with fancy gowns, titles, and long, Latin-filled lectures. And here is the quirky fact of the night. The barber surgeon was not just a guy with a pair of scissors. He also pulled teeth, set broken bones, lanced abscesses, and even performed battlefield surgeries. The classic red and white striped barber pole actually comes from the blood-stained rags that they would hang outside to dry. So, the next time you are getting a trim, just remember that a few hundred years ago, that same chair could have also been your amputation station. But it was not all just men in academic robes. Women were also healers, midwives, herbalists, and apothecaries. They passed their knowledge down through generations. They grew medicinal herbs in their gardens, and they often had a much better bedside manner than their male counterparts. Some noblewomen even ran their own informal clinics on their estates. Hildegard of Bingen, a 12th century abbess, wrote medical treatises alongside her mystical visions and her musical compositions. Of course, women healers sometimes found themselves being accused of witchcraft if things went wrong, but that usually had more to do with politics and power than with any actual beliefs about health. Now here is the scholarly debate. How effective was medieval medicine, really? Some historians argue that it was more symbolic and comforting than it was curative, that the treatments were really just rituals that were designed to give patients hope, not actual results. Others point out that many of the herbal remedies had real pharmacological effects. Garlic was used for infections. Willow bark was used for pain, natural aspirin, and honey was used as an antiseptic. It was not all just snake oil. Even the dreaded plague doctor outfit, with its beaked mask that was stuffed with herbs, was not entirely nonsense. The herbs did not stop the disease, but they did mask the terrible smell, and they might have even filtered out a few pathogens through sheer luck. Hospitals existed, too. Not quite the sterile, fluorescent-lit variety that we know today, but they were institutions where people were cared for, fed, washed, and sometimes even healed. Many of these hospitals were run by religious orders. Monks and nuns provided round-the-clock care, especially for the poor and for travelers. Charity was central to their mission, but so was actual nursing. They recorded their patients' symptoms, they kept them warm, they offered treatments, and they kept things cleaner than many later hospitals would. Medieval medicine also adapted over time. During the Black Death, some doctors started to isolate their patients, to avoid crowded areas, and to wear protective gear. The results were mixed because, it was the plague, but the instinct to try and prevent the spread of the disease was there. Quarantine, in fact, was a medieval invention that started in port cities like Venice, where ships had to wait for 40 days, or a quaranta, before they could unload their cargo. It was not perfect science, but it showed that observation, trial and error, and even public health policies existed long before Pasteur and penicillin. Of course, there were also the really weird remedies. Eat a ruby, bury a toad, or wrap yourself in a dead cat. The line between what was useful and what was please do not do that was sometimes very thin. But then again, if you lived in an age where disease could strike without any warning and medical knowledge was still in its adolescence, would you not be willing to try anything? Tonight's hard fact is that medieval medicine was based on a structured system of theory and practice that included hospitals, surgeries, and pharmacology, not just superstition. Your quirky takeaway is that the red and white barber pole traces its origins back to blood-soaked bandages that were hung out to dry by multitasking barbers. And the scholarly debate is whether medieval treatments were more symbolic than effective, or if the surviving records show a real, functional medical understanding. So the next time someone mocks medieval people for using leeches, just remind them that those same guys were performing cataract surgery while we were still figuring out how to stop clicking accept all cookies. Tonight, let's walk up a winding stone path toward one of the most misunderstood structures of the Middle Ages, the castle. You have seen them in every movie that was set before the year 1600. Cold, gray, echoing husks that are filled with drafty corridors, rats and moody nobles who are wrapped in furs. They are always dark, they are always depressing, and they always seem to smell like wet dog and regret. The popular idea is that castles were basically just glorified dungeons, only slightly more vertical, where everyone froze, suffered, and brooded. But surprise, castles were not medieval punishment boxes. In fact, many of them were lively, colorful, and even comfortable homes, at least by medieval standards. Anyway, let's step inside one. You are entering a noble's castle in 14th century France. The outer walls might be intimidating. Sure, they were built for defense, not for curb appeal, but the interior tells a completely different story. Tapestries line the walls, not just for decoration, but also for insulation. The floors are covered in rushes, which are sometimes scented with herbs. Large windows with glass, if you are lucky and loaded, let in natural light. The hearth is roaring. Cushioned benches line the great hall, and the walls are painted, yes, painted with murals or with bold geometric patterns. This place is not a stone prison. It is designed to impress guests, to keep out enemies, and most importantly, to keep the family warm and dry. And the colors were vibrant. Medieval people loved color. They painted their ceilings. They added bright coats of arms, and they used richly dyed textiles everywhere. Castles were not gray on the inside. They were practically kaleidoscopic. If you think they were all dull and miserable, you can blame centuries of erosion and restoration, which stripped them down to bare stone. That moody, Gothic look is more of a modern aesthetic than it is a historical truth. Of course, castles were fortified for a reason. They were military structures as much as they were homes. They had thick walls, moats, arrow slits, and portcullises. These were all meant to repel sieges, not to host dinner parties. But when it was not under threat, life inside a castle was surprisingly full. Nobles hosted great feasts, musicians performed, children played with toys, yes, actual toys, and guests arrived regularly. If you were a servant or a cook, sure, your quarters were more modest, but even then, life in a castle was usually better than life in a peasant's cottage. They had food, they had structure, and they had a tight-knit community. And they had bathhouses. Yes, bathhouses. Here is the quirky bit. Some castles had actual plumbing. It was not like your modern pipes and sink setup, but there were guardrobes, which were toilets that were built into the walls with vertical shafts that carried the waste down into cesspits or into the moat. Some castles even had rudimentary flushing systems that used rainwater. And they had hot water in some cases, yes. It was heated in a cauldron and then poured into bathtubs that were made of wood or stone. Was it luxury? Not quite. But you would not be sitting in a corner of the great hall, freezing your chain mail off. Let us not forget about the food. Castle kitchens were vast operations. There were whole teams of people who were dedicated to baking, brewing, roasting, spicing, and serving. The meals for the Lord's table were incredibly elaborate, especially during holidays or when important visitors were there. You would get roasts, pies, stews, candied fruit, mulled wine, and exotic spices. And sometimes you would even get entertainment mid-course. Picture a peacock being served with all of its feathers reattached, or a pie that releases live birds when you slice into it. Medieval castles were not just about defense, they were about display. Now, that being said, not all castles were comfy palaces. Some were hastily built strongholds that were on the border of enemy territory. Wooden Matan-Bailey designs were quick to throw up and were not especially cozy. And if your lord was more into warfare than he was into hospitality, your castle might have felt more like a boot camp. But many of the great stone castles of Europe evolved over time into refined residences. They added solars, which were private rooms with fireplaces for the lord and lady. They had private chapels, they had libraries, and they even had enclosed gardens. Life in a castle was not always luxurious, but it was not the eternal misery pit that we are often shown in movies either. And let's be honest, no matter how warm the hearth was, it could still get cold. Castles were still made of stone, and the insulation only went so far. Winters were tough. But that is why everyone wore layers of clothing. They huddled together, and they used those tapestries for more than just decoration. You might not have had a thermostat, but you would make it work with wool, furs, and a strategic proximity to the fireplace. Now, here is the scholarly debate. Were castles primarily homes, or were they military fortresses? The answer varies. In early medieval times, especially after the Norman conquest, castles were aggressively functional, and they were meant to hold land and to keep the peasants in line. But over the centuries, as stability increased and nobles shifted their focus toward status display, castles became more about prestige than they were about protection. By the late Middle Ages, some castles were so elaborate and so well appointed that they started to blend into what we would now call palaces. And then there is the social side. Castles were not just homes, they were centers of power. Justice was administered here, taxes were collected, contracts were signed, marriages were arranged, and gossip was a form of currency. The Great Hall was not just a dining space, it was a political stage. If you were invited to dine at a noble's castle, you were not just being fed. You were being evaluated, tested, and maneuvered. It was medieval social networking, but with meat pies and minstrels. Your fringe detail of the night is that some castles had designated listening holes, which were tiny architectural features that were built into the walls so that servants or spies could discreetly overhear conversations. Surveillance is not new, folks. It just used to come with cloaks and candles. Tonight's hard historical fact is that castles were homes as well as fortresses, and they were often comfortable, colorful, and socially vibrant, not just cold stone prisons. Your quirky bonus is that barber surgeons were not the only multitaskers. Some castle walls had built-in listening holes for a bit of medieval eavesdropping. And the scholarly debate is about how much castles shifted from being military strongholds to being domestic status symbols over the course of the Middle Ages. So, the next time someone says, "I bet castles were miserable to live in," you can ask them if they have ever tried soaking in a wooden bathtub next to a roaring fire, under painted ceilings, while eating a gilded swan. Not so miserable now, huh? Let's pull up a tapestry-draped chair and get real about the role of women in the Middle Ages, because the myth that is floating around is both loud and lazy. That women had zero power. None, that they were basically just mobile dowries, forever barefoot, pregnant, and silenced by either cloister walls or kitchen doors. It is a bleak image. Half the population pushed into the margins of history, uneducated, uninfluential, and unimportant. But like most of the sweeping generalizations about the past, this one crumbles under even a little bit of scrutiny. The truth is that women in the Middle Ages were more involved, more powerful, and more present than people give them credit for. Were things equal? Of course not. This was still a patriarchal world. Women were often excluded from formal education, from political power, and from inheritance. But often is not the same thing as always. Women worked, they wrote, they ruled, they fought, they traded, and they built. Some were even saints and queens at the same time, and others were just quietly running entire communities, while the men were off doing dramatic things in armor. Let's start with the noble women. The stereotype here is the passive lady who is in the tower, embroidering roses and just waiting to be married off like a piece of human real estate. And yes, marriages were often arranged for political or financial reasons. But once that ring was on her finger, many women ruled their households, and occasionally the entire realm. Take Eleanor of Aquitaine, who was a duchess, the Queen of France, the Queen of England, the Mother of Kings, and probably more politically competent than most of the men she was surrounded by. Or Matilda of Tuscany, who commanded armies. Or Margaret of Denmark, who ruled over not one, but 3 kingdoms during the Kalmar Union. These were not women who were just sitting around and waiting to be rescued. And do not sleep on the power of the household. Managing a medieval estate was not just fluff work. It involved overseeing budgets, food production, staff, children, and diplomacy. Noblewomen were often left in charge when their husbands went off to war or on a crusade. And in their absence, these women could act as regents. They could administer justice, and they could make decisions that affected hundreds of lives. Imagine being 25 years old and suddenly being responsible for an entire estate's finances, its security, and its seasonal harvest. This was not stay-in-the-kitchen energy. This was executive-level multitasking. But what about the women who were lower down on the social ladder? Peasant women worked. Period. They helped out in the fields, they ran market stalls, they brewed ale, they raised animals, and they made textiles. And let's not pretend that these were just supporting roles. The medieval economy needed their labor. Some women even ran their own small businesses. They were bakers, innkeepers, midwives, and weavers. Town records from places like York or Bruges show women signing contracts, appearing in court, collecting rent, and sometimes even suing their own husbands. Yes, suing their husbands. Legal agency was not just a noblewoman's luxury. And speaking of courtrooms, women also had access to the justice system, at least in certain contexts. They could be plaintiffs or defendants in civil suits. In parts of medieval England and France, women could inherit property, especially if there were no brothers. Widows, in particular, wielded a surprising amount of freedom. Once their husbands were gone, many widows controlled their own finances. They made their own contracts, and in some cases, they chose whether or not they wanted to remarry. And others did not. They had already done their time and were not about to dive back in. Now, here is a quirky bit of history that you probably did not learn in school. In some medieval towns, there were all-female guilds. These were formal associations of tradeswomen, often in the textile, brewing, or midwifery industries, that regulated quality, prices, and apprenticeships, just like the boys' clubs did. Some even had their own patron saints and their own parades. A woman who ran her own shop or workshop was not seen as something shocking. It was just another part of the urban workforce. And in the church, oh, do not even get me started. Yes, the official hierarchy was male-dominated, but women still held powerful roles within religious life. Abbesses could oversee large monastic communities and wield authority over both nuns and monks. Some wrote treatises, they ran schools, or they corresponded with popes. Hildegard of Bingen, and I do not mean to name drop her again, but come on, was a theologian, a composer, a physician, a visionary, and an all-around medieval celebrity. If she had had a TikTok, she would have broken the internet with her herbal hot takes and her divine visions. Women were also artists, writers, and poets. Christine de Pizan wrote the Book of the City of Ladies in the early 15th century. It was a bold, eloquent defense of women's intelligence and virtue, complete with historical examples and a mic drop ending. She was a professional writer, like for real. She paid her bills with her pen and was respected in her own time. Her work was not a secret diary that was tucked under a mattress. It was published, read, and debated. Of course, it was not all just empowerment and sunshine. There were real limits. Misogyny was alive and well. The legal system was inconsistent. Education for women was often tied to their social class, and the punishments for stepping out of line could be brutal. Accusations of witchcraft, for example, hit women the hardest, especially in the later medieval and early modern periods. Women's sexuality was policed, their bodies were scrutinized, and their behavior was judged by a set of double standards. Does that sound familiar? So, here is the scholarly debate. Were medieval women unusually oppressed when compared to other eras, or did they actually enjoy more social power than their Renaissance or even their early modern counterparts? Some historians argue that the Middle Ages offered unique opportunities for female authority, especially in religious or feudal contexts. Others suggest that those examples are just exceptions, and that most women still faced rigid gender norms and systemic barriers. The truth likely lives somewhere in that gray area. The Middle Ages were neither a feminist utopia nor an unbroken chain of subjugation. Your fun fringe fact is that some women disguised themselves as men to join military orders, to become scribes, or just to travel safely. A few were even discovered only after their death, when their bones were examined. And surprise, that night, that monk was not a dude, just someone who was determined enough to bend the rules for a shot at freedom. Tonight's historical fact is that medieval women had far more roles and agency than the popular, powerless damsel stereotype would suggest. They worked, they ruled, they created, and they often shaped the very communities that they lived in. Your quirky bit is that all-female guilds existed in certain towns, where women controlled trade, they trained apprentices, and they held serious local clout. And the scholarly debate is whether medieval women were relatively empowered within their social systems, or if the strong examples that we have are just outliers in a sea of silence. So the next time someone says that women in the Middle Ages had no power, you can just raise an eyebrow and ask, which women? Because some of them were running kingdoms, publishing books, and suing their neighbors, all before coffee was even a thing. Let's bite into one of the juiciest but totally misplaced myths about the medieval world: that people in the Middle Ages were terrified of tomatoes, that they thought they were poison, and that they would shriek and run away at the very sight of a salad. It is a fun little story. You can just imagine a nobleman recoiling from a tomato as if it were a venomous toad. But sorry to disappoint, it just does not hold up. And here is the real kicker. This myth does not even belong to the Middle Ages. It is a piece of Renaissance-era drama, and even then, it is mostly just an exaggerated footnote in culinary history. Medieval folks did not fear tomatoes. They just did not know that they existed. Let's back up and take a look at the timeline. Tomatoes are native to the Americas. You know, that big landmass on the other side of the Atlantic that Europe did not even discover until the late 15th century, after the Middle Ages were already taking their final bow. Columbus made landfall in 1492. The tomato, it did not start appearing in European botanical records until the mid-1500s. So medieval people were not afraid of tomatoes. They had no clue what a tomato even was. If you had shown one to a medieval farmer in the year 1200, they might have admired it, they might have sniffed it, they might have poked it with a stick, and then they would have gone right back to tending their cabbages, completely unbothered. So, where did this idea of a tomato panic come from? That is a Renaissance and early modern issue, and it was mostly in Northern Europe. When tomatoes did finally show up, people were not sure how to categorize them. Were they edible? Were they decorative? Were they medicinal? Or were they dangerous? They were part of the nightshade family, which includes some truly toxic plants like belladonna and mandrake. So the suspicion was not entirely unfounded. But the idea that they were poison, that was mostly a result of some poor tableware choices. Here is the weird twist. Wealthy Europeans in the 16th and 17th centuries often ate off of pewter plates, which were made from tin and sometimes contained lead. Tomatoes are highly acidic. When an acidic food comes into contact with a lead-containing metal, it can leach the toxins into the dish. People started getting sick. Naturally, they blamed the tomato, not the plate. So the nobleman was not being poisoned by the tomato. He was being poisoned by his own fancy table setting. Classic. But again, none of this is medieval. It is all part of the culinary growing pains that came after the Middle Ages, when Europe was still trying to figure out what to do with everything that the New World had handed them. Tomatoes, potatoes, chili peppers, corn, and cacao and vanilla. All of these revolutionary ingredients were completely unknown to medieval Europe. Their food was based on what was locally grown or what was imported via trade with the East and North Africa. So no marinara sauce, no French fries, and no chocolate truffles. And yet, as we have already discussed, their food was anything but bland. Now, while tomatoes were missing in action, medieval Europe had its own extensive plant lore. Cabbage, onions, garlic, turnips, leeks, lentils, peas, beans, apples, pears, cherries, and plums were all standard fare. Herbs like sage, thyme, rosemary, and parsley grew in gardens and were used in both cooking and medicine. Spices like pepper, cinnamon, and saffron, which were imported at great expense, were culinary gold. And even without tomatoes, medieval cooks knew how to make rich sauces, savory pottages, and fruit-based condiments that gave their food a real depth of flavor. So yes, they were doing just fine without them. Here is a quirky fact for the night. The first recorded European recipe for tomatoes appears in a Neapolitan cookbook from 1692, and even that was copied from a Spanish source. It was a stew-like dish with eggplant and onions. There is no mention of any fear or poison, just a practical way to turn this weird red fruit into something delicious. By the 18th century, tomatoes were well on their way to becoming the cornerstone of Southern European cuisine. The scholarly debate here is a fun one. How quickly did New World foods actually enter the European diet? And why were some of them adopted faster than others? Potatoes, for example, took a long time to catch on in some places, especially in France. Meanwhile, tomatoes spread more rapidly in Spain and Italy, likely because of the climate, their availability, and the local culinary traditions. Some historians suggest that cultural conservatism slowed down the adoption of new foods. Others point out that people were actually eager to try novel ingredients, especially if they were easy to grow, and added some variety to their existing diets. Meanwhile, other food myths have been slapped onto the Middle Ages without any context. No forks. That is not true. While forks were not common early on, by the High Middle Ages, the upper classes were using them, especially in Italy. The belief in poisonous potatoes, again, that is a later issue. And that thing about people thinking that tomatoes were aphrodisiacs. There is some truth to that, but again, that is post-medieval sauciness. What is really going on here is that we have a tendency to lump everything that happened before the Industrial Revolution into one foggy, ancient past, and just paint it all with the same brush. So if tomatoes were feared in the year 1600, then surely the medieval folks in 1200 must have feared them too, right? Nope. Tomatoes were still just chilling in the Andes, minding their own business and waiting to become pizza sauce. Tonight's hard fact is that tomatoes did not exist in Europe during the Middle Ages, and they were not feared until centuries later, thanks largely to some bad science and some even worse tableware. Your quirky detail is that the early tomato skeptics were not wrong because of superstition. They were accidentally poisoning themselves with lead-infused pewter plates. And the scholarly debate is about what factors shaped the selective spread of New World crops across post-medieval Europe, and why some ingredients took centuries to become mainstream. So the next time someone claims that medieval people thought tomatoes were poison, you can just smile politely and say, "They did not even know that tomatoes existed, my dude." Then maybe you can hand them a fork, just to complete the historical redemption arc. All right, it is time to tackle one of the most stubborn, dramatic, and totally fabricated images in all of pop medieval history: the horned Viking helmet. You know the one. A muscled Norseman is standing on the prow of a longship. The wind is in his beard. He has an axe in his hand, and he is wearing a glorious set of horns that are sprouting from his helmet like an angry bull's crown. The problem is that that helmet and those horns are completely fictional. Not, it is a little exaggerated, fictional, but fully, completely made up. Vikings did not wear horned helmets into battle. And the fact that we still picture them that way is a perfect case of history, getting all dressed up for the stage, and then refusing to take off its costume. So let's get this out of the way right now. No archaeological evidence has ever confirmed that Viking warriors wore horned helmets. Helmets did exist. They were simple iron ones, often rounded, sometimes with a nose guard, but they were practical. You do not strap a pair of antelope horns to your skull and then go swinging a sword around in close combat, unless your goal is to die in a very impressive way. Real Viking helmets were made for function, not for flair. So, where did this idea come from? The short answer is the 19th century, more specifically from the opera. In 1876, Richard Wagner debuted his legendary cycle, Der Ring des Nibelungen, and the costume designers needed something that was suitably epic for the Norse gods and heroes. Horned helmets fit the bill perfectly. They were not aiming for historical accuracy. They were aiming for a certain vibe. The horned helmet was born not on the battlefield, but on the stage, under gaslight, and accompanied by a 90-piece orchestra. The image stuck because it was dramatic, it was iconic, and it was very, very photogenic. From there, the horns made their way into illustrations, museum displays, and eventually into the mass media. By the time that movies and comic books got a hold of them, Viking warriors were forever branded as the angry guys with the bull horns. It is such a powerful image that even people who know that it is wrong still cling to it because, let's face it, it looks cool. But the Vikings would have just rolled their eyes, assuming they had the time between pillaging, farming, and making extremely well-crafted combs. Yes, we will get to that. Now the reality of Viking warfare was gritty, it was practical, and it was a lot less theatrical. Many warriors did not even wear helmets at all. They were expensive and not widely available. The average Viking might have just relied on a simple leather cap or no headgear at all, with a round wooden shield as his primary means of defense. Axes, spears, and short swords were the weapons of choice. You would wear chain mail if you could afford it. Otherwise, you might just be fighting in wool and hope. The image of elite warriors who are covered in ornate gear is mostly reserved for the chieftains or for those who were lucky enough to loot some armor off of a corpse. But here is where it gets quirky. The idea of warriors wearing horns does have some ancient roots, just not Viking ones. In Bronze Age Europe, long before the Viking Age, some ceremonial helmets did actually have horns. Think of Celtic warriors, Etruscan elites, and certain Germanic tribes. These were not combat helmets, though. They were used for rituals, for parades, or for religious purposes. So the concept did exist, but it got wrongly applied to the wrong people centuries later. It is a classic case of historical mix and match. Now let's dip into the wider Viking mythos. While the horned helmets are out, style was still very much in. The Vikings cared about their appearance, their cleanliness, their grooming, and their decoration. They wore colorful clothes, they used brooches, arm rings, and beads, and they often had intricately braided hair. Archaeological digs have uncovered tweezers, combs, nail cleaners, and even earpicks in Viking graves. You might have expected to find a battle axe, but a personal hygiene kit. That is real. Vikings wanted to look good, they wanted to smell decent, and they wanted to impress people at the next feast or trade meeting. These were not filthy, mindless savages. They were complex, they were cultured, and they were very image conscious. Here is the scholarly debate. Why did the horned helmet myth survive for so long, even after it was completely debunked? Some historians argue that it filled a narrative need, something to symbolize the wild, untamed energy that people associated with the Vikings. Others say that it is just good branding. Once you have got that horned helmet on a cereal box, it is pretty hard to walk it back, and the museums did not help. For years, their displays included inaccurate reconstructions that only reinforced the fiction. The truth is that we like our history to be epic, and horns are just more fun than nose guards. Now, here is your fringe fact for the night. In 1943, Nazi Germany built a massive, Viking-themed propaganda exhibit that featured, you guessed it, horned helmets. The regime wanted to link itself to a powerful warrior heritage, and that horned helmet image was just too good to pass up. So, even fake history can be weaponized, which makes it more important than ever to separate the facts from the fantasy. It is also worth noting that horned helmets are not just an issue in Viking mythology. Plenty of cultures have been misrepresented through dramatic, stylized armor and dress. History loves to lean into stereotypes because they are a kind of visual shorthand. But if you really want to understand the people of the past, you have to look past the costume drama and into the dirt, the tools, the bones, and yes, the surprisingly intricate combs. So what would a real Viking warrior actually look like? Imagine a lean, muscular guy with a sturdy wool tunic, a belt that is full of tools, a well-maintained axe, and maybe a carved wooden amulet that is hanging around his neck. His shield bears his family's symbol. His beard is clean, it is oiled, and it is likely braided. And his helmet, if he has one at all, is plain, it is rounded, it is made of iron, and it is very much hornless. Tonight's hard historical fact is that Vikings did not wear horned helmets into battle. This image was a 19th century invention that was popularized by opera and art, not by archaeology. Your quirky takeaway is that Vikings were fastidious about their grooming. Their grave goods include tweezers, combs, and even earpicks. You could have borrowed conditioner from a Viking. And the scholarly debate is about why the horned helmet myth has endured so powerfully in the cultural imagination, despite having zero historical evidence to support it. So the next time that someone sketches a Viking with horns, you can just smile and say, "Nice Wagner cosplay, but the real guys, they preferred clean hair and functional headgear." Tonight, we are sinking into the murky, bubonic myth swamp of all medieval myths, that the Black Death was just one single, sudden catastrophe that showed up, killed off half of Europe in a matter of months, and then disappeared like a bad Tinder date. One boom and then the curtain falls. But here is the truth. It is less dramatic, maybe, but it is far more fascinating. The plague was not just one apocalyptic event. It came in waves. It lingered for centuries, and it reshaped medieval society in ways that still echo today. It did not just break the world once. It kept coming back to check on the wreckage. Let's start with the first and most infamous outbreak, which was from 1347 to 1351. That is the one that most people know about. A few Genoese ships roll into a Sicilian port, and they are carrying not just grain and sailors, but also fleas, rats, and a microscopic party crasher, Yersinia pestis. From there, it spreads like wildfire all across Europe, killing an estimated 30 to 60% of the population, depending on the region. It is hard to overstate the horror of it all. Entire villages were wiped out, cities were buried in silence, and priests were dropping dead mid-prayer. You have probably heard the stories of carts trundling through the town with someone shouting, "Bring out your dead." That was not an exaggeration. That was just Tuesday. But here is the thing that most people do not realize. The 1347 to 1351 outbreak was not the end. It was just the start. The Black Death returned again, and again, and again. Roughly every 10 to 20 years, another wave would sweep through. Sometimes it was smaller, and sometimes it was just as bad. In England alone, there were major outbreaks in 1361, 1369, 1374, and so on, well into the 15th century. These were not just aftershocks, they were recurring crises. The term Black Death only refers to that first wave. The broader period of recurring plague epidemics is more accurately called the Second Pandemic, and it lasted for over 300 years. And the effects were monumental. Yes, the initial outbreak was devastating, but the long-term effects were even more transformative. Think of labor shortages, economic upheaval, religious doubt, and a total social reorganization. If you were a peasant in 1352 and you had survived the first wave, you would suddenly find yourself in high demand. The fields needed to be tended, the animals needed to be cared for, and half of the workforce was gone. Suddenly, the lords were competing for your labor. Wages rose, serfs left their manors, and entire villages negotiated for better conditions or just abandoned the feudal life altogether. It was the dawn of worker leverage. Hello, late medieval peasant power. Of course, the ruling class hated it. Laws were passed that tried to freeze wages at their pre-plague levels. In England, the Ordinance of Labourers of 1349 and the Statute of Labourers of 1351 tried to cap what workers could earn and to make it illegal to refuse work. Spoiler alert, it did not work. When labor is scarce and your survival is on the line, people do not exactly care about your economic policies. And that tension between the empowered survivors and the desperate elites bubbled up into revolts, like the Peasants' Revolt of 1381, which we have already met a few sections back. The plague did not just kill people, it rearranged society. But it did not stop there. The psychological impact of the repeated plague waves left a deep scar on the collective psyche. Art, literature, and religion all shifted. Skeletons started dancing across murals in what are known as danse macabre scenes. Writers became obsessed with death and decay, and pilgrimages surged as people searched for answers or for forgiveness. And the church, it took a major hit. Many of the clergy died in that first wave. The replacement priests were sometimes young, they were poorly trained, or they were seen as opportunists. People's faith wobbled. When the church could not stop the disease or even explain it, people began to look elsewhere for meaning. Cue the rise of mysticism, fringe cults, and apocalyptic movements. Groups like the Flagellants marched through Europe, whipping themselves in public displays of penance, believing that their suffering could somehow end the plague. They were both dramatic and deeply unsettling, and the church, which was wary of losing its control, eventually cracked down on them. But the fear was real. When you have seen your neighbor swell up and die in just 2 days flat, you will be willing to try anything. Here is a strange little fringe detail. During some of the outbreaks, people blamed cats and dogs for the spread of the plague and started killing them en masse. Ironically, this probably made things even worse because, as we now know, cats kill rats and rats carried the fleas that carried the disease. So, in trying to solve the problem, people may have actually deleted one of the few natural defenses that they had. It is just a little extra bonus from history's worst group project. And here is your scholarly debate for the night. What exactly caused the waves of plague to keep on coming? The dominant theory is that the bacterium persisted in rodent populations, especially in Central Asia, and that it would occasionally jump back into humans via fleas. Climate shifts, trade routes, and population density all played roles. But new research suggests that there may have been multiple strains of the plague in play, and that they may have been spreading in different ways, through the air in some cases, not just via fleas. Others argue that poor record-keeping and overlapping epidemics, like smallpox or typhus, have muddied the historical picture. There is still a lot of mystery in the medieval autopsy room. Let us not forget the global scale of this disaster. While Europe gets most of the plague press, the Black Death did not just stop at the Alps. It swept across the Islamic world. It decimated populations in North Africa and the Middle East, and it likely reached as far as China. Trade carried it, armies carried it, and pilgrims carried it. This was not a local problem. It was the first truly global pandemic. And the world was just connected enough to share in the suffering. And through it all, life kept on going. People got married, they worked, they made art, and they told stories. The plague was a backdrop to life, not a freeze frame. If anything, it made life feel more urgent. The late medieval world had a kind of frantic creativity to it, like a civilization that knew it might not get a second draft. Tonight's hard historical fact is that the Black Death was not a one-time event. It came in recurring waves for centuries, and it reshaped European society with each and every pass. Your quirky fringe detail is that in some cities, mass cat killings actually worsen the plague spread by letting the rat populations boom unchecked. It is medieval irony at its bleakest, and the scholarly debate is about what exact mechanism sustained the recurring plague waves. Was it fleas on rats? Was it airborne transmission? Or was it something that we still do not fully understand? So the next time someone says that the Black Death killed half of Europe and then just vanished, you can just nod slowly and say, yeah, except that it did not. It stuck around, it made itself at home, and it casually broke history more than once. Tonight, we are headed into some seriously weird territory because we are going to talk about animals on trial. Yes, actual animals. In medieval Europe, not only did humans get hauled into court, but pigs, rats, goats, and even insects could be accused, tried, and sometimes even executed for their crimes. It sounds like the premise of a Monty Python sketch or a fever dream from someone who has been reading too many law books by candlelight. But it happened. And it did not just happen once. It happened multiple times. So the myth that medieval people thought that animals had legal responsibilities is shockingly true. But as always, the deeper you dig, the more complicated and strangely human it all becomes. Let's start with the basics. There were two main kinds of animal trials, secular and ecclesiastical. The secular courts dealt with domestic animals, usually pigs, and usually for the crime of murder. Yes, murder. If a pig attacked a child, which did happen, as feral or improperly restrained pigs were known to be dangerous, the local authorities might arrest the pig. They might assign it a defense attorney. They would hold a formal trial, and if it was found guilty, they would execute it publicly, with all the trappings of human justice. Because apparently, nothing says community healing like hanging a pig. Meanwhile, the ecclesiastical courts, which were run by the church, handled cases that involved wild animals or pests, like locusts, mice, or weevils. If these creatures were damaging crops or property, they might be summoned to court. They would be given a chance to vacate the area, and if they did not comply, they would be excommunicated. Yes, you heard that right. There are records of beetles being given legal warnings, of rats being threatened with divine punishment, and of entire swarms of insects being put on spiritual notice. Here is the head scratcher. These were not jokes. These trials were real. They were recorded in court documents with witnesses, with verdicts, and with punishments. So, were medieval people just deeply confused about how animals work? Not exactly. Scholars still debate the logic behind this bizarre practice, but there are several theories that offer some insight. Some see it as a form of symbolic justice, an attempt to restore the social order after a traumatic event. A pig killing a child was not just a tragedy. It was a disruption of the community's moral fabric. Executing the pig, however absurd it might sound to us, was a way of saying that this act would not go unpunished. Others argue that it was a legal necessity. Medieval law often treated animals as property, but there were moments when that line blurred, especially if the animal had caused some kind of harm. By putting the pig on trial, rather than just punishing the owner directly, the court avoided setting any messy precedents. It also reinforced the idea that even the lowliest of creatures was subject to both divine and earthly law. Justice applied to all with no exceptions. Still, there is no denying the fringe factor here. In one 15th century French case, a sow and her piglets were put on trial for killing a young boy. The sow was found guilty and was executed, but the piglets were acquitted. And why? Because the witnesses said that the piglets were too young to understand the crime. That is some serious legal nuance for a group of confused baby pigs. Another case from 1314 involved a bull who had killed a man. The bull was promptly sentenced to death and was hanged. Try fitting that into your standard crime drama plotline. But the animal trials were not just limited to pigs and bulls. In 1519, in the town of Stelvio, which is now in northern Italy, legal proceedings were brought against a group of field mice for destroying the local grain. They were provided with legal counsel, and their defense argued that the mice had a right to the land. The court, in all seriousness, allowed the case to proceed. You just cannot make this stuff up, because medieval lawyers already did. Now here is where the scholarly debate gets all tangled up. Were these trials really about justice? Or were they just elaborate rituals, cultural performances that were dressed up in legal language? Some historians argue that these trials reflect a world where people saw everything, animals, the weather, disease, as being part of a divine order. When something went wrong, it was not just a random event, it was a moral one. And so, justice had to be visible and even theatrical. Others argue that these trials were not taken quite as seriously as they appear in the records, and that they were half legal, half symbolic spectacles that were meant to reinforce communal values more than to actually prosecute misbehaving livestock. Either way, they reveal something very important about the medieval worldview. The boundary between humans and animals was not always so sharp. Animals were a part of daily life, and they often lived in very close quarters with people. They had names, they had jobs, and they had personalities. And when they broke the rules, it felt personal. A pig killing a child was not just a freak accident. It felt like a betrayal. And sometimes the animals were not punished. They were protected. In one famous case from the 15th century, some townspeople tried to have all the rats legally expelled from their territory. The rats did not show up to court. Shocking, I know. But their legal counsel argued that they had a right to safe passage, and that they should be granted some time to evacuate. In some of the records, the judge actually agreed. The rats were given several days of grace. I would love to know if they used it. Here is your quirky detail. The animal defendants were sometimes given legal representation by trained lawyers. Imagine going through years of university, becoming fluent in Latin, and then being assigned to defend a rooster who had allegedly laid a demonic egg. Yes, that actually happened. The egg was thought to be a sign of the devil. The rooster was burned at the stake. The lawyer presumably updated his resume shortly after that. Tonight's hard historical fact is that medieval courts really did try animals. Pigs, rats, insects, and more were all put on trial, and they were sometimes even assigned lawyers and given formal trials. Your quirky fringe detail is that in at least one case, a group of piglets were acquitted of murder because they were too young to have formed any intent. Somewhere, a medieval judge gave that verdict with a completely straight face. And the scholarly debate is whether these animal trials were acts of real jurisprudence, or if they were just ritualized performances that were meant to restore the moral order and social cohesion. So the next time that someone tells you that medieval people were unsophisticated, just remember that they had a legal system that was nuanced enough to acquit baby pigs and to summon mice to court. And let's be honest, that is still more coherent than some of our modern legal headlines. Tonight, we are entering the hallowed halls of medieval art, where everything is apparently ugly, weird, or laughably bad. You have seen it. The lopsided bobbies who look like middle-aged tax collectors, the saints with their impossibly stiff fingers, the cross-eyed lions, and Jesus riding what appears to be a space hopper that is disguised as a donkey. The myth is simple and it is brutal, that medieval art was just bad. No sense of anatomy, no grasp of perspective, no emotional depth, just flat, awkward, and deeply confused about what humans even look like. But surprise, medieval art was not bad. It was intentional. It was brilliant in its own language. And when you understand what it was trying to do, you realize that it was not about realism at all. It was about meaning. So first things first, medieval artists could do realism. They just did not care to. At least not in the same way that the Renaissance artists did. Before the 15th century, art was not about replicating the natural world. It was about expressing the spiritual world. If you were painting the Virgin Mary, you were not trying to catch her best angle or to show off her cheekbones. You were representing holiness. So, you would give her a golden halo, an otherworldly expression, and maybe even some elongated proportions. Her body was not supposed to look real. It was supposed to look sacred. And before you laugh at those bug-eyed angels, you should consider that their faces were not drawn for viewers like us. They were for people who lived in a world where symbolism trumped realism every time. Take the famous ugly baby Jesus trope. You have probably seen him. He is a baby with a receding hairline, a suspicious gaze, and the face of someone who already hates your playlist. But those were not failed baby portraits. Artists often depicted Jesus as a small man, not as a baby, to reflect the theological idea that he was fully divine right from his birth. A cuddly infant just did not express that kind of power. A tiny adult did. It is creepy maybe, but it was not incompetence. It was dogma. Now let's talk about proportions and perspective. Medieval art does not follow our modern rules of vanishing points or light sources. Instead, it uses what is called hieratic scale, where the most important figure in the painting is the biggest, not the one that is closest to you. So if Mary is taking up half of the painting and the donor who commissioned it looks like a Lego man standing beside her, that is not a mistake. That is a status cue. You are supposed to notice her first. She is literally bigger than you on purpose. The perspective was not wrong. It just was not the point. Here is your quirky fact for the night. Medieval manuscripts are absolutely full of what is called marginalia. These are those weird little drawings that you find in the margins of religious texts. And let me tell you, they are completely unhinged. You will find rabbits who are stabbing knights, nuns who are riding on fish, snails who are fighting armored men, and monkeys who are doing some very questionable things with kitchen utensils. And why? Scholars still argue about it. Some say that they were just doodles for fun. Others think that they were moral commentary, political satire, or just inside jokes from the scribe. But one thing is clear: medieval artists had a wild sense of humor, and they were not afraid to sneak it into the most sacred of texts. That is the thing about medieval art. It is not boring and it is not bland. It is vivid, even when it is strange. Look at the illuminated manuscripts with their gold leaf, their vibrant blues that were made from lapis lazuli, their reds that came from crushed beetles, and their greens that were made from malachite. The color palette alone would make any modern digital illustrator drool, and these were not mass-produced images. They were handcrafted, often by monks or by highly trained artisans, and sometimes they took months or even years to complete. The pages were not just decorated, they were celebrated. And the walls of the churches were painted, they were carved, and they were gilded. You might walk into a cathedral today and just see bare stone, but in its prime, that same cathedral would have been dripping with color and with symbolism. The saints would have stared down at you from rainbowed glass. The ceilings would have been star-spangled, and the columns would have been painted with vines and with gold. Jesus was not just hovering there in the background. He was 9 feet tall, and he was surrounded by angels, by flames, or by cosmic wheels. The art was not minimal. It was maximalist, and it had a mission. The scholarly debate here is a fascinating one. How much of medieval art was actually meant for the elite audiences, and how much of it was for the average viewer? Some historians argue that most people could not read the visual language of these pieces, the gestures, the attributes, the layered symbolism. Others believe that the images in the churches and in the books were carefully designed to be read, even by those who were illiterate. A saint with a broken wheel must be St. Catherine. A dragon that is underfoot is probably St. George. It was a kind of visual shorthand for the sacred stories, like emojis, but with more halos and fewer poop jokes. Okay, some of the marginalia definitely includes poop jokes. And here is something else to consider. A lot of what looks strange to us now would have looked completely normal back then. The stylized faces, the odd proportions, the lack of shadows, that was the aesthetic. If you were to judge every single anime drawing by the standards of the Renaissance, you would think that the artist had failed anatomy. But the style has its own logic, and so did medieval art. Let us not forget about stained glass either. These were not just decorative windows, they told stories. If you were a 12th century farmer who could not read Latin, you could still walk into your local cathedral and read the story of the crucifixion, of the nativity, of the martyrdom of St. Lawrence, who, by the way, was grilled to death and allegedly told his executioners, "Turn me over. I am done on this side." And yes, he sometimes shows up in art holding a gridiron. It is dark, absolutely, but it is also unforgettable. Even the public sculpture had its say. Gargoyles, for example, were not just spooky decorations. They were also rainspouts, and they were reminders of sin, of demons, or of the chaos of the outside world. Some were comical, they were grotesque, or they were downright obscene. They did not just ward off the water, they also warned or entertained the visitors. It is medieval humor that has been carved in stone and is now staring at you with its tongue sticking out. Tonight's hard historical fact is that medieval art was not bad. It was deliberate, it was symbolic, and it was often richly detailed, based on its own visual language and its own cultural logic. Your quirky detail is that the marginalia in religious texts includes rabbits that are jousting, but trumpets, and snails that are attacking knights. Because why not? And the scholarly debate is whether medieval art was designed for the elite, educated viewers, or if it was an accessible visual tool for a largely illiterate public. So the next time that someone mocks a medieval painting for being ugly, you can just smile and say, actually, that is theological symbolism with a dash of a bunny knife fight. Show some respect. Tonight, let's crack our knuckles and lift the drawbridge on another classic misunderstanding. The myth that the Middle Ages were basically one giant intellectual blackout, that the fall of Rome just flipped off the light switch of knowledge, and the world just sat there in the darkness until someone named Leonardo decided to invent ideas again. You have probably heard it framed this way. After the Romans, people forgot how to read, how to build, and how to do math. They thought the earth was flat, and they thought that bathing was a form of witchcraft. But here is the reality. The so-called Dark Ages were not nearly as dark as you have been led to believe. In fact, they were lit up with scholarship, with invention, with translation, and with a whole lot more thinking than they ever get credit for. Let's start by killing the biggest, dumbest zombie of a myth, that people in the Middle Ages believed that the earth was flat. Nope, not even a little bit. Educated folks in medieval Europe knew that the earth was round. They had known it for centuries, thanks to thinkers like Ptolemy and the ancient Greeks, whose works were preserved and studied. Medieval scholars even calculated the Earth's circumference with a surprising degree of accuracy. In the 13th century, Thomas Aquinas did not even pause to debate whether the Earth was a disk or a sphere, because no one that he was writing to would have even questioned it. That whole flat Earth myth, it is a 19th century invention that was used to mock medieval people and to make the Renaissance look cooler by contrast. And let's talk about those so-called lost books. Yes, the Western Roman Empire collapsed in the 5th century. And yes, a lot of chaos did follow. The urban infrastructure declined, trade networks shrank, and literacy levels dropped, especially among the general population. But the flame of learning never went out. It just moved and it changed hands. In monasteries all across Europe, monks would copy ancient texts by hand, preserving the works of Aristotle, Cicero, Virgil, and Galen. These were not just dusty libraries. They were the engines of knowledge preservation. Without the scribes of the early Middle Ages, half of classical antiquity would be completely lost to us today. Meanwhile, over in the Islamic world, things were absolutely booming. From the 8th to the 13th century, the Islamic Golden Age saw scholars in cities like Baghdad, Cairo, and Cordoba who were translating Greek, Roman, Persian, and Indian texts into Arabic, and then building upon them. Algebra is an Arabic word. Chemistry was developed and named in the Islamic world. Optics, medicine, astronomy, and navigation all made huge leaps forward thanks to scholars like Alhazen, Avicenna, and Al-Khwarizmi. And then, in the later Middle Ages, those texts were translated again, this time into Latin, and they were reintroduced to Western Europe through centers of learning in places like Sicily and Spain. So, the so-called rediscovery of classical knowledge in the Renaissance, that was not a light bulb just suddenly going on. It was a torch being passed. Here is a quirky detail for the night. In 12th century Paris, University students and professors would engage in heated debates over Aristotle's physics. These were not just dusty scholastics who were mumbling into their scrolls. They were shouting, they were arguing, they were walking through the town in their academic robes, and they were occasionally getting into brawls. The medieval university was not a sleepy monastery. It was a battleground of ideas that was full of sarcasm, theology, and sometimes even fists. Students would travel between cities just to hear different masters. Universities had textbooks, they had reading lists, and they had final exams. And yes, coffee houses came much later, but these guys still knew how to pull all-nighters. Was medieval science alive and well? People tracked the planetary movements, they mapped the stars, and they developed mechanical clocks. They studied medicine that was based on both classical and Islamic sources. They experimented with alchemy, sure, but alchemy was not just about trying to turn lead into gold. It was the precursor to modern chemistry. Alchemists recorded their observations, they tested different materials, and they made real discoveries about acids, about solvents, and about the properties of metals. A few of them probably did try to summon demons with mercury fumes, but hey, that is just grad school but with extra steps. Let's not ignore the inventions either. The heavy plow, the horse collar, the windmill, eyeglasses, distillation, the spinning wheel, and paper manufacturing. Gothic architecture with its flying buttresses was not just pretty, it was advanced engineering. The cathedrals were not built by people who had no math skills. They were geometric marvels that were designed by master masons who had generations of accumulated knowledge. The stained glass was precision chemistry with sand and fire. Even the humble mechanical clock emerged in medieval monasteries, and it was driven by the need to keep track of the hours for prayers. And here is the scholarly debate. How accurate is the term Dark Ages? Some historians argue that it was always an oversimplification that was coined in the Renaissance to make the humanists look smarter by contrast. Others acknowledge that certain regions of Europe did experience a real decline after the fall of Rome, economically, demographically, and technologically. But the modern trend in scholarship is to just ditch the phrase altogether. The early Middle Ages is much more accurate and much less insulting. The darkness was not everywhere, and it was not constant. Some places were lit with libraries, with universities, and with scientific experimentation. Others were, well, they were probably still figuring out how to stop setting their fields on fire. Here is a little bonus fun. Medieval people loved logic, like they really loved it. They turned theology into a logic puzzle factory. A famous question from medieval scholars was, how many angels can dance on the head of a pin? Which people today tend to mock, but actually, that was a real exercise in metaphysical space, not just a dumb joke. They were not just wasting their time. They were pushing the limits of what logic could do when it was applied to faith. You can call it weird if you want, but it is the ancestor of quantum philosophy, in its own strange way. So let's put this tired myth to bed. The Middle Ages were not an intellectual void. They were a bridge between ancient and modern thought, and they were full of thinkers who preserved knowledge, who adapted it, and who created entirely new systems of understanding. Without medieval scholasticism, there would be no Renaissance. Without the Arabic translations, there would be no revival of Aristotle. And without the monks and their manuscripts, half of the books in your local library would not even exist. Tonight's hard historical fact is that the Dark Ages were not universally dark. Medieval Europe preserved, adapted, and expanded upon ancient knowledge, while new ideas flourished all across the Islamic world and beyond. Your quirky fringe detail is that medieval students in Paris were known for their rowdy intellectual debates that would occasionally escalate into street brawls. It is philosophy, but make it way. And the scholarly debate is whether the term Dark Ages is a misleading Renaissance invention, or if it still applies to specific post-Roman periods of decline. So the next time that someone scoffs that medieval people were too dumb to know that the earth was round, you can just hand them a copy of De Sfera Mundi and tell them that they are about 800 years late to the party. Let's lace up your softest leather boots and step into another wildly misunderstood arena of medieval life: travel. If you picture medieval people as being born, living, and then dying all within 5 miles of their local pigsty, never seeing the world that was beyond their village hedgerow, you are not alone. That is the myth. Peasants were chained to their dirt, nobles were chained to their halls, and absolutely nobody was going anywhere unless they were being dragged off to war or to a crusade. But here is the twist. Yes, medieval travel was everywhere. The roads were not always good and the journeys were not always safe, but people moved around constantly, for trade, for work, for worship, and for curiosity. The medieval world was much more mobile than you think. Let's start with the big one: pilgrimage. If there was one reason to lace up and hit the road in medieval Europe, it was to go and visit a holy site. People from every single social class, yes, including the peasants, would set out on pilgrimages that could take weeks, months, or even years. Santiago de Compostela in Spain, Canterbury in England, Rome, and Jerusalem. These were not just spiritual quests, they were also adventures. Pilgrims would carry badges, they would wear travel cloaks, and they would often travel in large groups for safety. Along the way, they would stay at monasteries, at hospitals, or at inns that catered specifically to travelers. Think of them as medieval Arabs, but with more incense and a lot less Wi-Fi. And here is something fun. Pilgrims would write about their travels. One of the most famous is Marjorie Kemp, a 15th century mystic and an extremely chatty traveler from England. She made it all the way to the Holy Land and back, which was no small feat for a middle-aged mother with no noble title. And she was not alone. Monks, merchants, soldiers, and scholars all made similar journeys, and they often left behind records, maps, and letters that described what they saw. These were not people who were afraid to leave their homes. They were out there chasing experiences, ideas, relics, and maybe even a little bit of divine forgiveness. But it was not all just saints and sandals. Trade routes connected cities all across the continents, and medieval Europe was buzzing with markets, with fairs, and with merchant caravans. Think of places like Bruges, Venice, and Constantinople. These were cosmopolitan centers that drew people from all across Europe, Asia, and North Africa. The Hanseatic League, which was a network of trading cities in northern Europe, linked ports all the way from London to Novgorod. If you were a wool trader in England or a spice merchant in Genoa, travel was not optional. It was your business model. You needed to get to the fairs, to the ports, and to the cities. You had ships to load, you had buyers to woo, and you had cargo to haggle over. And people did not just travel for religion or for trade. Some of them would wander in search of work. Journeymen, those skilled laborers who were in between being an apprentice and being a master, were actually expected to travel to gain more experience. In the German-speaking world, this tradition even had a name: the Walls, where journeymen would roam the countryside for years, working under different masters, collecting new techniques, and occasionally drinking too much at the town festivals. You know, professional development, but with bonus sausages. Of course, there were dangers. The roads could be rough, robbers were a real threat, and bridges could just collapse under you with no warning. The weather could trap you for days in a leaky inn, and crossing borders often meant having to bribe the guards or to argue with the tax collectors. Passports, sort of. Travelers would sometimes carry letters of protection or badges that identified their purpose, especially if they were pilgrims or messengers. But the idea of needing official permission to travel was more about your status than it was about geography. If you had a good reason, some coin, and a sturdy pair of boots, you could go pretty far. Here is your quirky fringe detail. One of the earliest known travel guides was actually written in the Middle Ages. It was called the Guide for the Pilgrim to Santiago de Compostela, and it was compiled in the 12th century. It includes detailed routes, descriptions of the towns, advice on the local customs, warnings about which inns to avoid, and even some restaurant recommendations, though those usually sounded more like, "Beware of the innkeeper who waters down the wine and overcooks the lamb." Still, it is the medieval version of Lonely Planet, and it shows just how structured long-distance travel could actually be. And do not forget about the Crusaders. Tens of thousands of people from all across Europe making their way to the Middle East, over land and by sea, and sometimes for years. These journeys were not just about battle. They were logistical operations on a massive scale, provisioning food, animals, ships, and shelter. You were not just marching off into history. You were basically trying to backpack across multiple continents with a sword and some very questionable maps. The Crusader routes passed through cities like Constantinople, Antioch, and Acre. And along the way, the travelers would write home, they would trade goods, they would get married, and sometimes they would just never come back. The scholarly debate here is a fascinating one. Just how mobile was the average person in medieval Europe? Some historians argue that yes, most people did stay local, and that the cost, the time, and the danger made travel very rare. Others point to the surviving records, the pilgrimage badges that have been found hundreds of miles from their origin, the merchant logs, and the court records that show cross-regional movement. And they argue that while not everyone was Marco Polo, mobility was woven into medieval life much more than we assume. It probably depended on your profession, your gender, your social class, and your luck. But movement was not just reserved for the elite. Speaking of Polo, he gets a lot of credit for his travels to Asia, and rightfully so. But he was not the only one. Before him, the Muslim traveler Ibn Battuta logged tens of thousands of miles all across Africa, the Middle East, India, and China. Jewish merchants like Benjamin of Tudela wrote about life in foreign lands. And let's not forget about the Norse. who crossed the North Atlantic to Iceland, to Greenland, and even to Vinland, which was possibly Newfoundland, centuries before Columbus ever set sail. Medieval people were not afraid of the horizon, they chased after it. And here is something to really fry your gypsy brain. There were postal systems. They were not as fast or as reliable as FedEx, sure, but the monasteries, the universities, and the royal courts all had networks for sending letters. Messengers would travel on foot, on horseback, and even by boat, and they would carry everything from royal orders to love poems to shopping lists. The infrastructure did exist. It was just a little bit slower and more prone to wolf attacks. Tonight's hard historical fact is that medieval people traveled far more than our modern myths would suggest, for trade, for pilgrimage, for work, for diplomacy, and for exploration. Your quirky fringe detail is that one of the world's earliest travel guides, which was written in the 1100s, warned pilgrims about bad food, about shady innkeepers, and about dangerous rivers. Some things just never change. And the scholarly debate is whether medieval travel was common enough to have impacted society broadly, or if it was still just the domain of a very mobile minority. So, the next time that someone insists that medieval folks never left their village, you can just ask them how they think St. Thomas's toenail ended up in a cathedral that was 700 miles from where he died. Tonight, we are heading down a smoky, dimly lit path that leads straight to one of the most persistent and cinematic myths of the medieval world. That accused witches were routinely burned at the stake by the church during the Middle Ages. You know the image. Village women who are tied to posts, angry mobs with torches, chanting priests, and a dramatic fire that is lighting up the night as a witch screams her last. But here is the reality check. That whole scene is not really medieval, at least not early or high medieval. The big, fiery witch hunts, the kind that most people picture, are actually a Renaissance and early modern phenomenon. The Middle Ages had some weird moments, sure, but the great witch-burning frenzy that came much later. Let's clear this up first. Were there any witch trials in the Middle Ages? Yes. But they were rare, they were scattered, and they were usually focused on heretics, not on witches in the spell-casting, cauldron-bubbling sense. The church in the early medieval period actually denied the existence of witchcraft as a real, supernatural threat. That is right. The church did not believe in witches, not in the way that you would think. In the year 906, a document called the Canon Episcopi declared that women who believed that they could fly through the night with Diana or with other pagan goddesses were actually just deluded. They were victims of satanic deception, but they were not guilty of any actual supernatural crimes. It was seen as a sin of belief, not of action. So if you were accused of flying on a broomstick in, say, the year 1050, the church's response would have been something along the lines of, "That is nonsense. You need to repent and go to confession, not tie her up and get the firewood." Early medieval theology treated most witchcraft accusations as superstition, not as proof of some evil conspiracy. And for the most part, the civil authorities went right along with that. There were some exceptions, of course, like local panics, mob justice, and some fringe trials, but there was no systematic persecution of witches. Not yet. That all changed in the later Middle Ages, and especially in the 15th century. The shift had to do with a perfect storm of factors: a fear of heresy, a growing obsession with Satan as an active force in the world, political instability, economic crises, and let's be honest, a deep-seated misogyny that was simmering away in the cultural pot. By the late 1400s, the idea of the witch had evolved from just a lonely herbalist or a superstitious neighbor into a full-blown satanic collaborator, who was part of a secret cabal that was threatening Christendom itself. And that is where things started to get, well, flammable. Enter one of the darkest books in all of European history, the Malleus Maleficarum, or the Hammer of Witches, which was published in 1487 by two Dominican inquisitors, Heinrich Kramer and Jacob Sprenger. This charming little manual insisted that witches were real, that they were mostly women, and that they should be hunted down and destroyed. It was packed with misogyny, with theological gymnastics, and with some frankly unhinged logic, but it spread like wildfire. It was printed over and over again, and it became the de facto guide for how to detect, to interrogate, and to eliminate witches. And it laid the groundwork for what became the great witch hunts of the 16th and 17th centuries, which was well after the medieval period had technically ended. Here is the ironic twist. In much of the early Middle Ages, if you were to accuse someone of witchcraft, you were the one who was in danger. The church frowned on people making such accusations without any cause. It saw the belief in witchcraft as a lingering pagan superstition. So, while folk magic absolutely existed, and people did cast love spells, they made charms, and they used herbs and rituals, the official line was that supernatural power came only from God, and that anyone who claimed otherwise was either deluded or was just dabbling in forbidden knowledge. But they were not necessarily some cackling force of evil. So where does that leave our beloved bonfires? They did happen, but usually later and not always for witches. Heretics, rebels, and political enemies were sometimes burned. Joan of Arc, for example, was executed by burning in 1431, but it was not specifically for witchcraft. It was for heresy. And even then, her case was as much about politics as it was about religion. She claimed to have divine visions. She defied the gender roles of the time, and she had the audacity to lead troops into battle. That was enough to get her labeled as dangerous. But she was not alone in being accused of supernatural heresy, especially as the late medieval period veered into some darker theological corners. Now, here is your quirky fringe fact. Not everyone feared witches. Some communities would actually hire local wise women, who were known as cunning folk or leeches, to heal the sick, to find lost items, or to ward off curses. These people existed in a kind of gray area. They were not officially sanctioned by the church, but they were tolerated by the communities that relied on them. Sometimes they were respected, sometimes they were envied, and occasionally they were used as scapegoats when things went wrong, like a failed harvest, a sick child, or a cow that just dropped dead for no apparent reason. But until the paranoia of the Renaissance, the response was usually more like social shunning than it was pyromania. The scholarly debate here is a fiery one, too. How much of the witchcraft panic was actually driven by top-down institutional pressure from the church courts, the inquisitors, and the state law, and how much of it came from the ground up, from frightened villagers who were just pointing their fingers. Some historians argue that local fears were what drove the first panics, especially in regions where the folklore already framed misfortune as some kind of magical sabotage. Others say that it was the institutional paranoia that weaponized those fears, and that it turned rumors into formal persecutions. The truth likely lies in a grim dance between the two. And if you are wondering where most of the witch burnings actually happened, you should look no further than early modern Germany and Switzerland, which is far outside the timeline of your average medieval history class. Between the 1500s and the 1600s, thousands of people who were mostly women were executed in localized witch crazes. And the infamous Salem trials, that was in 1692 in colonial America. So the next time that someone points to a medieval tapestry and says, "That is when they were burning all the witches," you can just smile and say, "Actually, you have got the wrong century and the wrong continent." Tonight's hard historical fact is that systematic witch burning was not a medieval practice. It actually rose in the Renaissance and peaked in the early modern period, long after the so-called Dark Ages. Your quirky fringe detail is that in many medieval communities, folk healers and cunning women were actually respected and consulted, until the mood turned and superstition curdled into fear. And the scholarly debate is about whether the great witch hunts were fueled more by institutional control or by grassroots hysteria, and about how much theology, politics, and gender bias all intertwine to fan the flames. So the next time that you hear that medieval people burned witches left and right, you can just lean in and whisper, "Wrong era." But let me tell you about the Malleus Maleficarum. It gets weird. All right, let's ride this one home with a big, sweeping misconception that hangs over everything that we have talked about so far. That the word medieval is basically just code for primitive. It is used as an insult all the time. That is so medieval, people will say when they are describing something that is cruel, stupid, backward, or barbaric. And sure, there were some rough edges, like public executions, plagues, and the general absence of antibiotics. But the blanket idea that the Middle Ages were nothing but mud, murder, and misery is just flat-out wrong. In reality, the medieval world laid the groundwork for many of the institutions, ideas, and innovations that we now claim as being modern. It was not primitive, it was foundational. Let's start with something flashy: cathedrals. You want to talk about engineering? Just walk into a place like Chartres, Durham, or Milan and just look up. Those towering ceilings, those stained glass windows, and those vaulting arches did not just happen by accident. They required math, geometry, architectural theory, labor coordination, and oh yes, money management. Building a cathedral took generations, and the fundraising campaigns would stretch on for decades. Craftsmen would travel between the job sites like freelance contractors, and those rose windows with all of their tiny colored panes, that was medieval chemistry and precision at work. It was not just some crude guesswork with sand and hope. And what about the universities? The University of Bologna was founded in 1088, Oxford was founded in 1096, and Cambridge was founded in 1209. These were all medieval inventions, structured institutions with curricula with degrees and with rules. They studied law, theology, medicine, and the liberal arts. They argued a lot, and sometimes they even rioted. But they also preserved and advanced knowledge. The very idea of higher education as we know it today, it is medieval. You can thank a bunch of robe-wearing, ink-stained logicians who had too many opinions and not enough sleep. Then there is the legal system. Trial by jury, property rights, and written contracts all have their foundations in the Middle Ages. Sure, justice was not perfect. You can just ask anyone who had to survive a feud or who got dunked in a river to prove their innocence. But codified law was spreading. Legal documents were being written, copied, and archived. Royal courts were emerging. Precedents were being set. And towns were developing their own charters and their own councils. It was not a free-for-all. It was a slow build toward the systems that we still navigate today. And let's not forget about literature and storytelling. The medieval world gave us Beowulf, the Divine Comedy, the Canterbury Tales, the Decameron, and the Song of Roland. Yes, the language might be dense, but the themes still hit. There is love, death, honor, betrayal, and even fart jokes. Chaucer could have written for Netflix. And if you think that medieval people did not enjoy entertainment, you can just look at the traveling minstrels, the court jesters, the miracle plays, the tournaments, and the festivals. Life was hard, but it was not all just solemn chanting and gloom. It had color, it had song, and it had more than a few drunken saints' days. Here is your quirky fringe detail. In medieval Iceland, if you wanted to properly insult someone, you would compose what was called a nith, which was a nasty poem that would publicly shame them. These were not just personal attacks. They could legally damage someone's honor, and they had to be answered. The right verse, delivered at the right moment, could spark a feud or it could ruin a reputation. Poetry had power, and sometimes it had more power than swords. And about those swords, weapon making in the Middle Ages was no joke. There was Damascus steel, there was pattern welding, and there was advanced metallurgy. It was not just about bashing metal with a hammer, it was a skilled craft. And the armor, too. By the 14th century, full-plate armor was a marvel of engineering. It was protective, it was flexible, and it was often custom-fit. These were not just tin cans with eye holes. They were high-tech battle suits that were tailored for both survival and for swagger. And do not even get us started on medicine. Was there some weird stuff? Sure, but there was also surgical technique, there was herbal medicine, there was battlefield triage, and there were hospital systems that were run by monastic orders. The idea of caring for the sick as a moral duty, that was rooted in medieval Christian practice. The hospitals were not sterile by our modern standards, but they were organized, they were staffed, and they were often shockingly clean for the time. In some cases, monks wrote detailed medical treatises that were based on ancient and Arabic sources. The stethoscope may have come later, but the patient charts were already in motion. The scholarly debate here is about whether we should even be using the word medieval as a pejorative anymore. Many historians argue that the term has been unfairly twisted by Enlightenment and Victorian thinkers who wanted to elevate their own age by bashing the past. In doing so, they flattened centuries of cultural complexity into a convenient insult. It is like calling an entire era dumb just because it did not have Netflix. If anything, we are the ones who are getting lazy with our labels. Let's also acknowledge how much of medieval culture survives in subtle ways. The layout of our European cities, the names of the days of the week, the university gown, the legal language that we still use, and that weird affection for dragons in pop culture. That is all pure medieval romance fiction that is still roaring through our collective imagination. And our obsession with chivalry, with honor, with quests, and even with our fantasy tropes, that is all soaked in medieval ink. Tonight's hard historical fact is that the Middle Ages were not primitive. They were dynamic, they were creative, and they were vital to the development of the modern world. Your quirky fringe detail is that in medieval Iceland, an insult poem could legally damage your reputation, and it sometimes needed a poetic rebuttal to restore it. Bars were being spit long before it was cool, and the scholarly debate is whether we should stop using the word medieval as a shorthand for barbaric, given how much the era actually accomplished. So the next time that someone rolls their eyes and says, "That is so medieval," you can feel free to gently remind them that without the Middle Ages they would not have universities, they would not have cathedrals, they would not have contracts, or even the word modern. And now, as the final embers of our torchlit journey flicker out, and your brain, hopefully not too charred by medieval trivia, settles into that warm hum of almost sleep, let's take one last, slow lap around everything that we have uncovered tonight. Because if there is one thing that this sprawling trip through misunderstood history has shown us, it is that the past is rarely what we were told it was. The Middle Ages were not a monolith of filth, of fire, and of foolishness. They were alive, they were complex, and honestly, they were a little too relatable at times. We saw that the peasants did not live exclusively in slop and in sorrow, that the streets were not always filled with sewage and with ignorance, and that the food had spice, it had color, and it had far more flavor than just gray oatmeal and mystery stew. We met knights who were not always noble, castles that were not just drafty rock boxes, and women who were not all locked away in towers and waiting to be rescued. They were nuns, they were traders, they were rulers, and they were even revolutionaries. We burned the horned Viking helmet myth to the ground without even using a longboat. We corrected a few tomato time-traveling errors, and we even stood in on a trial where a pig needed a legal defense. We read the backward art forward, we walked the Pilgrim's Road, and we politely told the Renaissance to just sit down and stop pretending that it had invented thinking. The truth is, the Middle Ages were not some dark pit that we all just climbed out of. They were the foundations that are under our very feet. They were messy foundations, sure, and sometimes they were bloody. Occasionally they were baffling, and they were always a little unpredictable. But they held more than just superstition and soot. They held learning, they held light, and they held a legacy. They held laughter and lore, and they held people who were just trying to figure things out with whatever they had, whether it was scrolls, plows, swords, or just a very firm belief that angels could, in fact, dance on pins. And now that you know all of this, what will you do with it? Maybe the next time that someone shrugs off the medieval world with a joke or with an eye roll, you will offer a quiet correction, or a very loud one, depending on your caffeine levels. Maybe you will look at a cathedral and think, not just pretty, but impossible without math. Maybe you will remember that 1,000 years of human life does not deserve to be just filed away under oops. Or maybe, just maybe, you will go to sleep tonight with a new kind of dream. One where a Viking with a clean beard and a hornless helmet walks into a bustling medieval inn. He orders a plate of spice-rubbed duck, and he gets into a legal debate with a literate pig. Thank you for sticking with me through this long and winding journey. I hope that you laughed, that you learned something new, and that you found a little bit of wonder that was tucked in between all of the myths. Now dim whatever lights are still on, let the fan hum like a lullaby, and sink into a deep sleep, knowing that the past is not as wrong as it looks. It is just waiting for someone like you to ask some better questions.